Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto telah mencatat sejarah panjang untuk mencapai unggul, modern, dan islami. Berawal dari Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Dukuhwalu Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Teknik dan Sains, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Program Pasca Sarjana, Program Profesi. Saat ini UMP terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Itu merupakan bukti UMP berkomitmen. Kiprah UMP sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi tidak diragukan lagi. Cita-cita untuk semakin mendunia telah dibuktikan dengan banyaknya kerjasama, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. UMP siap menjawab tantangan global dan tuntutan zaman dengan memberikan sarana dan prasarana yang modern dan berbasis teknologi. Hal ini tentunya mendukung UMP menjadi world class university. Guna menunjang soft skill akademik dan non-akademik, mahasiswa UMP diberikan pelatihan keahlian BES, SMART, dan SUCCESS. Mahasiswa juga difasilitasi dengan unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM dan lembaga kemahasiswaan. Dengan mengedepankan kebutuhan pendidikan untuk menjawab tantangan global, UMP hadir sebagai prioritas Anda dalam memilih perguruan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Anda tidak perlu ragu untuk melanjutkan studi di UMP karena UMP hadir untuk Anda yang muda, unggul, modern, dan islami. Waalaikumsalam.
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 Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Dr. Ali Haji Al-Huri, Honorable Associate Professor Maria Eugenia Wapasya, PhD, Honorable Saria Sindila binti Haji Mat Said, PhD, Profesor Yuko Yusaigi, Dr. Ice Hadijah, MA, Dr. Like Raskova Oktaberlina, and Honorable Titik Wahyuningsih, MHU. Honorable the Head of International Affairs Office, Honorable Deans of Faculties, Honorable Committee, Presenter, Participant of International 10th COTEFL. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Good morning. It is a great honor for me to be here today. Welcome you to this International 10th Conference of Teaching English as a Foreign Language. 10th COTEFL with the grand theme, Sustaining Distance Learning in the Digital Era. This conference is organized by Fakultas Sastra, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. At the beginning, COTEFL conferences were done in May to commemorate National Education Day. Today, it is the commemoration of Fakultas Sastra establishment. Today, July 13, 2021, Fakultas Sastra is marking its 21st year. This very special occasion, I would like to say many happy returns. I wish Fakultas Sastra all the best to educate its future leaders who will lead this country out of these difficulties. I also would like to congratulate and thank the committee and all the supporting factors to make this conference happen amid the pandemic situation. As we know, we are in challenging situation this 1.5 years. As an academic institution and educators, we have to able to give the best to our children. While the students have to stay access to learn, to think are never be the same again as it was. The academic atmosphere that we have been building so long as to change its way as the storm of coronavirus attack from all directions. Brick and mortar classes that we beautify with some facilities are not strong enough as shelter to cover us. Thus, we move to virtual room, hoping to keep the safe distance but force the smooth running of teaching learning process. Anyhow, the new room seemed too strong for some of us. Make some find their way in this new situation. I am optimistic this conference provides a fantastic opportunity for educators, learners, and anyone who care to share their experiences. Speakers from many countries are here to share their vision without leaving their walls. From Emirat Arab, from Colombia, from Malaysia, from Japan, and from some institution in Indonesia. This conference proved us that distance is no matter. Thus, I believe that the discussion will vision the next possibilities to sustain the distance learning. I hope it become a livable, sustainable, and smart action that is successfully achieved. This can be done if we keep on sharing and working together. I see today's event comes at important phase where we will support one another. This conference obligated us to understand more closely many challenges in many related matter towards better solution, especially in English classes. I believe the discussion will not stop here, as some ideas will be published at reputable journal read by academicians all around the world. It means that the solution offered against the challenging teaching learning process will be solution not only during the pandemic era, but also the solution to face the digital era. In this moment of celebration, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the committee and everyone whose dedication and effort have made this sustainable international conference happen. I know it is not a piece of cake to come to this international conference serial comes to number 10. I do appreciate your spirit to be istiqomah persistently running this conference. In closing, I would like to say that I am confident that following international conference will be able to be done by Fakultas Sastra. Once again, happy birthday. I wish Fakultas Sastra achieve more in the future and show your existence to the world. Last but not least, I wish you all good health, happiness, and success. Thank you very much for your participation. Enjoy the fruitful conference. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open this international 10th COTEFL. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Now it's time for this conference to have its keynote speaker. He is Dr. Ali Hussein Ali Al-Huri. He was born in 23rd November 1982. So he's a very young compared to the committee, I mean the members of the committee, most of them. And then Dr. Ali is assistant professor since 2017. And then I will repeat again some information from the MC about his education. So he got his MA degrees, 2 MA degrees from Essex University. The first is on social science data analysis, and the second is in applied linguistics. So he got 2 MAs there. And then he got his PhD on School of English from University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. When I check his CV, I got a very long list of publication, his scientific contributions for the educations and other issues, like what we will have today. I know the reason why Dr. Ali proposed why is publication hard, because I'm sure he believes, he feels that publication is not that hard, or even publication is very easy. Because I check his works, I got a total 71 works listed in books, in editors. Many are very good journals, high-ranking journals in the world, and then some many book chapters and a lot of conference presentations that he has. I will mention the works more in detail soon. So he is now editor journals in 5 journals, in 5 publications. He also the reviewer listed in 45 journals. He is a reviewer there in all the publications. And then he has published 5 books. And then the last books that he's launched is in 21st. So in this year is Students' Engagement in the Language Classroom, published by Multilingual Matters. I'm sure that all of us know this publisher. And then his journal publications, all of them are 26. But in this year only, his publication has been 10. And then it's still counting because we still have another half of this year. And then he got 10 book chapters, and then he has presented his works in 30 conferences. So I think the theme that he proposed today is really his expertise. The title is Why is Publication Hard? So hopefully with listening to his presentation today, we got many inspirations, we got many tips about how to write a work, how to publish in the world journals. So without further ado, Please let's welcome Dr. Ali Hussein Ali Al-Huri. Please, Dr. Ali Hussein Al-Huri.
Thank you
Yes.
for this introduction.
Okay.
If you could allow me to be a co-host to share my slides.
Okay. Operator will make that, arrange that. Halo Pak Adi.
Yes, Pak Chris.
Can you make him co-host?
Okay, we are
Or
preparing.
you will?
Yeah, we are preparing
Okay.
the slides.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you going to give me co-host or are you going to show the slides on your side? If you give me a co-host, that would be probably better.
Okay, they are preparing that. Okay, please. You are co-host now.
Okay, so I hope that you can now see my slide, right?
Yes, it's there now.
Okay. I'm going to turn off my video so that it doesn't interfere with my voice quality for the time being. Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me. Assalamu alaikum. It's great to be with you today. It's very early in the morning in my time zone. It's not even 5 a.m. So it's a bit, I need to focus hard. So the title of my presentation, as you can see, is Why is Publication Hard? So let's get started. So at the beginning, I will compare school versus academia. And by school here, I mean college, I mean also university, I mean all of these things, not just school in the traditional sense. This includes college and university. Versus academia, meaning when you graduate and start to write research. Usually, even if you are a school teacher, you are asked to read some literature. You are asked sometimes to publish some research. Sometimes even as part of your degree, they ask you to publish something. And of course, read the literature. So I want to briefly compare school versus academia. Now, generally speaking, education, most students pass their courses. Generally speaking, I guess it would be very unusual to see a class of, say, 30 students, and 30 of these 30 students, 29 fail and one pass the course. I think this would be very unusual. If this happens, it would probably mean that something is not right. So most students pass the course, especially since if you make a mistake in the exam, you don't fail. You may pass with B, for example. You may pass with a C. You know, if you have some mistakes, this doesn't mean you will fail. And the same thing if you are writing your thesis or dissertation. If you have problems, your examiners will say, okay, you have some problems, you need to fix these things, and then you will graduate and get your degree. In academia, it's completely the opposite. Usually, most people fail, get rejected. Some journals, the acceptance rate is between 80 to 90% or even higher. Now, what does this mean? This means that if 10 people submit the journal, 9 of them will be rejected, and only 1 of them will be accepted. So this is a big difference between school and academia. And you have to wait for months before you get a reply. And when you get a reply, it's most likely a rejection, and the reviewers are sometimes rude. And because some students feel shocked by this situation. Because generally speaking, when you do your bachelor's degree, and if you decide to go to do your master's degree, usually the best students continue to do their master's degree. If you are so-so, you may decide not to continue your education, you will go and find a job. If you continue your master's degree, it means that you have high grades usually. And those who also have high grades in their master's degree are the ones who continue to do their PhDs. So these people usually are the best students, and these students have little experience with failure in education. But once they go to academia and they get rejected, it's like a shock. I have been an A student the whole time and never failed the course. Perhaps I never got a C, not just fail, even a C. It's new to me. And suddenly I am rejected. So it's a shock for many people. And the reason why it's a shock is because they don't know that this is the standard thing in academia. It's not because you are a bad researcher. It is not because there's a problem in you specifically. This is what happens to everybody. Okay, so in this presentation, I will first explain why why is it the case? Why is the acceptance rate so low? Why is it 90% rejection? I will talk about historical reasons for this. I will start with journal business, somebody called Robert Maxwell, and then I will talk about the impact factors in journals. This is related to somebody called Eugene Garfield. Then I will talk about the selectivity in journals, and this is related to somebody called Benjamin Lewin. And in the second part of this presentation, I will talk about researcher-related factors. So now in this part, I will blame the journals. I will say the journals have selectivity and it's a business, etc. Then I will say, well, the researcher should also have some training and other things. So we shouldn't blame just the journals. So this is the outline of this presentation. So I will start with part 1, historical factors. So this is a great article at The Guardian about the history of journal publications. Let's read the title. Is the staggeringly profitable business of scientific publishing bad for science? Saying that publishing is bad for science. This is kind of strange. How can publishing be bad for science? It is an industry like no other, with profit margins to rival Google. And it was created by one of Britain's most notorious tycoons, Robert Maxwell. I'm going to talk about Robert Maxwell. Who is Robert Maxwell? Let's read a little bit of his bio here. So he was born in 1923 and died in 1991, was a British media proprietor, member of parliament, suspected spy, and a fraudster. Yeah, what a bio. What do you think of this bio? Let's read it again. British media proprietor, member of parliament, suspected spy, and a fraudster. What a bio is this? And this guy, you see his picture here, if you submit your paper to a journal and your paper gets rejected, it will be probably because of this guy. He is the one who invented this model in journals. So who is this Robert Maxwell? So some trivia about him. At some point he owned Oxford United, famous football team. He also he attempted by Manchester United also, but he couldn't. He has a rivalry with Robert Murdoch. You see here Robert Murdoch, the famous person. You're looking at him. You see the rivalry between these two men. So he's a tycoon. He's not an average person. Also, his daughter, Ghislaine Maxwell, in 2020, she was charged in connection with the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. So what did Robert Maxwell do? Why is what he did bad for science? So in short, what he did was that he exploited journals for profit. So how did he do that? First, he established numerous journals for narrow specializations and asked universities to pay subscription fees. And this is what we see until today. You see many journals, and each journal has subscriptions, and the university subscribes to these journals. And this means that the university will pay the journal annual subscription fees. And this is how the journal makes money. But, this is what we know. We all know this. Journals take money from universities. There is something unusual here. Now, the author who writes this research is not paid, right? When you submit to a journal, you are not paid. The reviewer who reviews these papers is not paid. The editor who oversees the whole thing at the journal is not paid, or sometimes paid very little, hardly anything. And then the university pays for all these people, pay their salaries, because they are in academia, and then also pays the subscription fees to the journal. That doesn't sound right. So what is the journal doing to take all this money? So when you do the research, the journal takes it for free. Then the reviewer works for the journal also for free. Then the editor also works for the journal also for free or almost for free. And then it's the university that pays everybody. It's the journal, it pays the researchers, it's the reviewers, it pays the editors. That's a very unusual business model. Usually, if you have a company and you want to make profit, you pay people who contribute to you. And if your university does not have subscription to this journal, it's you who have to pay fees to access these journals. And the fees can go higher if the journal impact factor, which we will come back to in a bit, goes higher. So how much do you pay? So this is an example. This is from a journal called ELT Journal in January 2019. So I published a paper here. So I contributed this journal. But believe it or not, I do not have access to this paper or this paper or this paper or to any other paper in that journal, even though I published in that journal. You see here this cute art symbol, meaning that if you want to read any of these papers, you have to pay some money. If you click on this art symbol, it says you have to pay $35. Now, $35, the paper itself may be just 10 pages, maybe 15 pages. You are charging for a PDF. Remember, you are asking access a PDF of 10 papers, 10 pages, or maybe 15 pages, $35. That's too expensive. Now, if you go to a bookstore to buy a book, you may find books for this price. But think about it. How many pages is in a typical book? Maybe 100, maybe 150, maybe 200 pages. Then you pay something close to this price. Here you are paying this price for 10 pages. And you see the funny thing? 24 hours access also. You have to read the paper within 24 hours for this price. Then, if you don't read it within this time, then you lose access. This is so crazy. This is just unbelievable. If you want to make your paper open access, you have to pay a lot of money. You see, $3,300 for this journal to make your paper open access. Again, that doesn't sound right. I'm the one who wrote the paper. I spent 1 or 2 years doing this research, and I'm giving to you for free, and you want money from me, a lot of money, make the paper open access so others can read it. Something doesn't add up here, right? Something doesn't add up. And some journals, like Nature, is even asking more. It's $11,300 to make the paper open access. That's so expensive. You know, for some people, they have to save money. That's, you know, for a year or so to afford to pay this price. So, the first problem is the business of journals by Robert Maxwell. The other problem is the impact factor. You may have heard of impact factors. Now, it was created by somebody called Eugene Garfield. He lived between 1955 to 2017. He's the one who established what we know as ISI, when they say you have to publish your paper in an ISI journal, or now it's called Web of Science. It's this guy. So what is the impact factor? We always hear of the journal has an impact factor. Impact factor, it has two things. The number of papers the journal publishes, and the number of citations these papers receive. So if they publish, say, 10 papers, and they receive a lot of citations, then the impact factor will go up. If the journal publishes 10 papers, but these papers do not receive citations, then the impact factor will go low. So this is impact factor. Scopus also has some impact factors also related to this with some minor differences. So this is Robert Garfield, Eugene Garfield. So if your university asks you to publish in a journal, an index journal, ISI, or with an impact factor, they are referring to this guy. This is the guy who invented the idea of journal impact factor. The impact factor is now under a company called Clariviate Analytics, also called Web of Science. They have Science Citation Index expanded with over 8,000 journals. You see the yellow part here, Social Sciences Citations Index. This is what is related to us when we are in education and language teaching. Under this, we have just over 3,000 journals. There are other classifications for arts and humanities journals, for emerging sources, citations, and conference proceedings. But the most important thing is Social Sciences Citations Index. So you can see here, it started, this is the timeline, around the 60s, Science Citation Index and the Social Sciences Citation Index and the Arts and Humanities in the 70s, and then Web of Science came in the 90s, and see here, just a few years ago, changed to Clariviate Analytics. It's the owner of Impact Factor company. And this is the latest report from Web of Science. You see these top journals in the world. The top journal currently, the journal #1 in the whole world is Cancer Journal for Clinicians with an impact factor of over 500. That's very, very high, 500. So, what's the problem with impact factor? We always hear about impact factor. We want to publish papers in high impact factors. What does it mean? How does this happen? So this is from Alloway 2016. This blue line is for Nature. Nature is a very famous journal, has an impact factor of 38.1 at that time, which is very high. Now this graph shows number of citations its papers have. So most papers had citations of around 15, you can see here. Fewer papers were cited 40 times. Even fewer papers were cited 60 times. And the number of the higher citations, papers with higher citations become fewer and fewer. And suddenly you see here there's a bit at the end with papers, highly cited papers with over 100. Now, journal impact factor is 38, and it is high only because of this minority of papers. If we exclude these papers, the impact factor will be just like around 15. So the question now, is it fair to say that Nature has an impact factor of 38 because of a small minority of papers published in this journal? Or should we exclude these papers from the journal? Is this minority of papers representative of the whole journal? Or these papers are representative of the journal? So what's the problem with that? Let's see a case example. So this paper was published by somebody called George Childress in, as you can see here, 2008. In the journal Foundations of Crystallography. This paper, the title of this paper is A Short History of Shells. Shells is a computer program, and for some reason, this paper was very important, and it has been cited 6,600 times in the year that it was published. It was very popular, very important, crazy amount of citations. Now, what happened? This journal, Foundations of Crystallography, originally had an impact factor of 2. After this paper was published, the impact factor jumped to 49.9, almost 50, because of one paper. Now, in that year, Nature had an impact factor of 31, and Science 28. So this journal, because of one paper, had a higher impact factor than Nature and Science. Because of one paper only. Now you may say, okay, that's interesting story. Problem. I think somebody's mic is on. And so somebody might ask, so what's the problem with this? So yeah, the impact factor jumped to almost 50. So what's the problem? Now imagine that two people in the year 2008, the same year, had each of them had a paper. Researcher A was lucky, and he or she submitted his or her paper to this journal. Just lucky. And researcher B submitted their paper to another journal. So both papers were accepted. And so after it was accepted, researcher A looked at the impact factor of his or her journal and found that it was closer to 50, higher than Nature and Science. Now that researcher didn't contribute to the impact factor. He or she was just lucky. Researcher B was not lucky. He or she submitted their paper to a journal with an impact factor of, say, 2. What's going to happen now? Of course, researcher A will celebrate, will say, look, I published my paper in a journal with an impact factor of 50. He or she will go to their institution or university and say, look, my paper was published in a journal with an impact factor of 50. And this will be on their CV. And if these two researchers apply for a job, it's very likely that the hiring committee will say, look, this person has a paper in a journal with an impact factor of 50. So they will have a better chance of being hired, of being promoted, and of getting tenure. Even though neither researcher had any contribution to the impact factor. So what does this impact factor, what's the interpretation of this impact factor? This is a big problem. Okay, so third problem, selectivity. Now, somebody called Benjamin Lewin established a journal called Cell in 1974, and he decided to reject most papers submitted to that journal, selected the best. That was very unusual at the time. Now, currently this is the norm, but at that time, if you wrote a paper and submitted it to any journal, if your method is right, it will be accepted. There is no selectivity. There were enough journals and there were enough researchers, and when they submitted their papers, if the reviewers didn't find a problem, it will be accepted. Now, this person said, no, I want to accept only the best. And suddenly the impact factor of that journal jumped and became close to Nature and Science. So other people started to say, okay, let's become selective and reject all papers and accept only the best papers. Why? Because we want to improve impact factor again. So why is publication hard? Let's make a summary. First factor is the businessification of academic journals, which was invented by Robert Maxwell. Second factor is chasing impact factors. Journals will say, if I may not get cited by other researchers, and then impact factor will go down. I don't want to do this. It makes publication hard. Another factor is the selectivity. We want to select the best. So, and this has many problems, you know, you have word limit, you have confidential reviews, you have so many other historical baggage because of this system. Okay, let's now go to part 2. As I said in this first part of this lecture, I said it's the journals, they do this, they do that. But also, to be fair, there are factors related to researcher that make complication hard. First thing is training, statistical proficiency. Many people, especially because they are specialized in education and language teaching and language learning, they are not trained in statistics. This is a problem for two reasons. First reason is most journals, most top journals prefer quantitative research over qualitative research. This does not mean that this is a good decision by them. Maybe sometimes qualitative research is better than quantitative research. It's possible. But for many journals, they prefer quantitative research. And if you do some statistics and look at publications to see the percentage of quantitative research and percentage qualitative research, at most journals you usually see that quantitative research papers have a higher percentage. The first reason to learn statistics is you will have a better chance of publishing your research. Second, even if you want to do qualitative research, you need to at least read and understand the literature. If you have no knowledge of statistics, you want to read a paper, you will have a problem. You don't understand the numbers. You read the method and the results section, you see all these tables, all these numbers, you don't understand anything. This is a problem. So you will become almost illiterate now. So even if you are intending to do qualitative research, it's a good choice to learn some statistics. Second is English proficiency. One of the reasons why journals reject papers is the poor language. If you don't, and language proficiency, I don't only mean writing good grammar and good spelling. Also, the style. Following the conventions. If you don't follow the conventions, then your paper may get rejected. So it's important to read the papers and see the style and follow the same style. Also, methodology. Many people, when they want to do research, they say, okay, let's do a questionnaire online. Now, this is a big problem. If you do a questionnaire, it's easy, of course, but many journals now don't like questionnaires because many people have done questionnaires because it's easy, just do a questionnaire, and then it's too many papers doing questionnaires. So now journals are looking for other methodologies to publish. Also, collaborations, multi-lab collaborations. Now, usually when you do a collaboration, it usually means that, okay, you have a friend, your department, and you two do a joint study. Now, the trend is not to limit collaboration between you and your friend in your department, to say 20 or 30 people, perhaps in different countries, do same study, exactly the same study at the same time, and then publish the results together. We'll see an example in a bit about this. Interdisciplinary research also, again, when you do collaboration, usually with somebody, as I said, from your department. Why is it from your department? Why isn't it somebody from a different department? Because if somebody has a different specialty, you can look at the problem from a different angle. So, for example, if you are in linguistics and you join with somebody from sociology, or you are from education, so if you want to look at why our students have high percentage of absenteeism, for example, many of them are absent, you can look at it from an educational perspective. You can look at it from a social perspective, sociology. Maybe from an economic perspective, that's economics. You do a study with somebody from a different field, that's called interdisciplinary research. And this also is something that's becoming more and more important. So, now if we look at this paper, the title of this paper is Many Labs 2, Investigating Variations, etc., etc. And then you can see here, all these are authors, believe it or not, of one paper. For many people, this looks strange. How can all these people be the authors of one paper? Let's look at the next page. Even more authors, a page and a half, just authors of one paper. And then you see the affiliations of these people, and then more affiliations. And then on page 4, we finally go to the abstract. See the abstract here. This is becoming the standard now. The idea of having, see here the quote, solo authorship is now the exception in most fields. And in APA 7th edition, they changed their style. Instead of listing 7 authors in the reference list, now you list 20 authors. So in the past, you would write your reference like this. This is the first author, second, third, fourth, fifth. This is number 6, and then you put 3 dots, and then you write the last author. So you have a total of 7 authors only. Now, you write 20 authors, because collaboration is becoming more and more common now, so that you list the number of authors. Also, there is the social aspect. Now, conferences, like the conference here, somebody might say, why is attending conferences important? This is
Sorry, Dr. Ali. Sorry, Dr. Ali.
Yes.
Sorry, Dr. Ali.
Yes.
You have 5 minutes for your presentation, then we will should close the sessions. Thank you.
Yeah,
Please continue.
this is the last slide, so I will need
Okay,
less than
thank
5
you.
minutes.
Thank you.
Yes. Conferences. So somebody might ask, is attending conferences important? And intuitive answer will be, yes, you should attend conferences. Now we ask, why is attending conferences important? Is it because you want to listen to the lectures? If this is the case, then that's easy. You just go to YouTube and watch lectures. Anybody can make a presentation and post it on YouTube, and other people can come and watch the presentation. Why should you travel? Now we are having the conference online, but why should you, in the normal situation, travel to a different city or even a different country to listen to presentations? Why don't you put them online? The answer is small talks with people at the conference is usually more important than the presentations themselves. Because even if these presentations are not online, usually these presentations will become papers at some point, and you can go and read these papers even if you're not at the conference. Meeting people is being part of the community. First, it will give you motivation to do research. Second, you will hear about the trends, latest things, and things that you don't see in papers when you read the literature. Also, reading groups. This is very important. Not many people appreciate the importance of reading groups. And many of the ideas come from, research ideas and innovations come from reading groups. So this is the last slide. Thank you for listening, and this is my contact information if you want to get it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ali, for nice presentations about the background and the details of presentations in scientific journals, and also some tips and easy tips that we can do to make our papers accepted, our article accepted in the good journal, reputable journals in the world. Okay, I think we still have 2 minutes. If you, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to ask questions, please you may raise your hand, and our technician, our operator will allow you to speak directly to talk, or if you want to, you also can write your presentation in our chat, and I will help to read it. Please do. Okay, I will read the questions here, Dr. Ali. It is from Orlando Salves, Byron. There is a question. In your view, why is this unfair system so successful? Please, Dr. Ali.
Yes, that's a good question. Because, it's like, publishers, these big publishers want to make money, and they control many journals. And now, in order to solve this problem, there is a move towards what's called open science. And there is more and more journals that follow the open access model. And if we academics don't stand up together and publish in open access journals and leave behind these journals that make a lot of profit, the situation will not change. It's us who are indirectly supporting these journals. So we are part to blame, We should send our research to open journals. If you go to my website, if you search for my name, I created a list of journals that are open access, do not charge either the author or the reader any fees. I have a list of like 150 journals or something that you can find. You're welcome.
We have another question. I think it's quite similar with the previous in part of the scholars, in part of the authors. Why the author, the scholars contribute to this unfair system? It is from Mrs. Maria Wapacha.
Okay, so the answer is that universities usually just ask their faculty members to publish. That's it. They don't say you have to publish in an open access journal. They don't say, they say publish in a high impact journal. Okay, with a journal with high impact, that's good. They don't tell their faculty, they don't give their faculty extra credit if they publish in an open access journal, if they promote open access. Now, this is part of the incentives. If the universities say, okay, we will give you some extra credit if you publish in an open access journal, then researchers will publish in open access journals. And this is what some universities in Europe are doing now. They say, okay, if you publish in an open access journal, we'll give you more credit. So it's part of the university, also the system of universities, the promotions and hiring and the other things.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all. Anyone still have questions, you may contact Dr. Ali directly. I think he's prepared some links. You can contact him. Yeah, if you have any more further consultation and questions to him, you may ask him individually beyond the season. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks so much, Dr. Ali, for your nice presentation. It's very inspiring. I think one last point that we get from his speech today is that we have to support the open access journals, not try to contribute, in those journals or publisher who take many profits from the author and also from the readers. I think that is the underline, the highlighted point that we should consider from Mr. Ali. Thank you so much, Mr. Ali, for a very nice and inspiring presentations. Hopefully it will motivate all of us here to start publishing our quality articles in journals, reputable journals, the open access one. Thank you so much. Does everyone give your applause to Mr. Ali, to Dr. Ali. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for having me.
Check. Dear Mr. Faisal, it's your turn for the first plenary session. Time is yours.
Moment, please. A moment. I'm wearing mask because I am in my office and there are some people, so sorry for this, let's say inappropriate outfit, but that's what I need to do in my office now. Okay, good morning everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How are you today?
Waalaikumsalam.
Is everybody good?
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Good. That is good news then. The good news is good news, right? Okay, welcome to the first plenary session. Is that so, Padi? Sorry, I didn't have okay, so we are in the first plenary session. So, what is that? The first plenary session of the 10th COTEFL. Okay. On behalf of the committee, I'm very happy to say hi to everybody, and thank you for joining us in this great conference. Dear audience and dear speakers, today we are going in the first plenary session. There will be two great speakers. Yeah, the first is Associate Professor. Excuse me. Yeah, Associate Professor Maria Gopacha, PhD, and the second will be Professor correct me if I'm wrong for the pronunciation, Professor Yuko Wisugi. Okay, let me read you the brief information about these two speakers today. The first is Associate Professor Maria Eugenia, correct me if I'm wrong too, Associate Professor Maria
Eugenia Chamorro. She's the assistant professor at the Universidad del Valle, Colombia, and she holds a PhD in applied linguistics. Her research is mainly about the task-based language teaching, TFL writing, learning strategies, language assessment, and professional development. And as we know that she has presented and written, she has presented at several academic forums, reviewers as prestigious research journals. Sorry for the voice. And also written. She has written in various research journals. Okay. And the second is Professor Yuko Wosugi. Professor Wosugi is from Japan. Professor Wosugi graduated from the University of Hiroshima University, particularly from the Graduate School of Social Sciences. And she is particularly interested in British and American literature and also English language education. Wow, two different two different schools of thought, right, Professor? Okay, and what is that? Professor Uesugi has focused on the American female poet and also the British poet laureate. In addition, she has also focused on the teaching of English using music, videos, content, language, CLRL, forget meaning, and the methods of active learning. I'm interested in following you later on, Professor. Okay, without further ado, I'd like to ask Associate Professor Gopacha to present her paper, and you have 15 minutes to present for the audience. You can also write your questions in the chat during the presentation. Okay, the time is yours, Professor.
Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yes, crystal clear.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for your introduction, Faisal. Thank you very much for inviting me to this 10th International Conference on Teaching English as a Foreign Language. I'm very happy to share part of my research with you and related to the main theme of the conference. Okay. Well, I am from Cali, Colombia, in South America. I have a PhD in applied linguistics from the University of Auckland in New Zealand, and I'm also an associate professor at the Universidad del Valle in Cali, Colombia. Well, probably you are familiar with some famous people from Colombia, like Shakira, René Higuita, a famous goalkeeper. He was very famous for the Scorpio catch in the 90s, and also Pibe Valderrama and James Rodriguez. So I was very amazed because last time I went to Bali, the taxi driver remembered all these names very well. So I was very surprised that he could remember them so much. And we are also famous for the Colombian coffee, which is probably as tasty as the Indonesian coffee, such as the Luwak coffee that I had the opportunity to try when I went to Bali last time. Well, so thank you very much for inviting me. Today I'm going to share the results of a comparative study on computer and paper-based writing tests and their impact on EFL test takers and raters. So we know that before the pandemic, many language teachers use pen and paper to assess the students' writing performance in the classroom. But, during the pandemic, many language teachers had to use computers and use online tools to teach and assess writing, for example. And well, we're witnesses of a digital divide among teachers and students. As Mrs. Sulasik said in the morning, well, there are students who lack access to computers, and there are teachers who are not still knowledgeable and skillful in the use of technological tools. So we need to know whether moving from one medium to the other may have an impact on students and teachers' performances. So this is what I'm going to talk about today. Well, and to relate the topic to the conference, let's have a look at the definition of sustainable learning. So sustainable learning is generally understood as the learning that is retained and can be transferable and may involve a process of learning to learn. Sustainable learning is an ongoing, purposeful, responsive, and proactive process in which knowledge and skills change according to the circumstances. So, well, before the pandemic, when we used pen and paper, for example, our knowledge and skills were probably different from when we used computer-based assessments. And sustainable learning involves unlearning and focuses on critical reflective action. Well, and learning meaning that, well, we can modify some knowledge and we can change some beliefs and misperceptions that we had about something. And, well, sustainable education incorporates principles of sustainability in design and delivery. And, well, it's less structured and fixed. That means that sustainable education is more flexible according to the student's context and, well, conditions. And to make language learning in education sustainable, we need to involve institutions, students, teachers, and parents. To make distance learning sustainable, well, language teachers and students need to develop digital and language skills. So whether we have computers or not, well, language teachers and students need to develop some digital literacies, and that makes language learning and assessment sustainable. And for example, writing is one of the skills that university students need to develop to succeed academically. And this is one of the skills that are, well, difficult to learn and assess. Okay, so language teachers and institutions need to consider the students' abilities, context, and conditions during the learning and assessment processes. And we need to involve the views of several stakeholders in the teaching, learning, and assessment process to make, well, language learning and assessment sustainable. Regarding L2 writing assessment and assessment in general, language teachers and institutions need to design and administer valid and fair tests. And how to design this? Well, by considering the students' and teachers' abilities, and the context, the situation where learning and teaching and assessment is happening. In this case, we need to consider the advantages and disadvantages of the writing mode and how this might impact students and teachers. So why study the writing medium in the 21st century? From a theoretical perspective, well, in second language writing and language assessment, the writing medium, computer and paper, is a physical characteristic of the task that may influence writers' cognitive processes and performance in a test situation. That means that students' performance, or test takers' performance, well, regarding cognitive processes such as planning, monitoring, and revising, may differ from pen and paper to computer. And these differences may affect the student's performance regarding test scores, writing time, and text length. But the writing medium not only affects test takers or students, it also affects raters or evaluators. In this case, language teachers are evaluators of students' performance. And the writing medium or text format may affect the perceptions of the quality of the text and the reliability of scorings. So as I said before, before the pandemic, many teachers and students were more familiar with pen and paper assessments in the classroom, and then moving to computer-based assessment, their perceptions and performances may differ. And that's why we need to identify any kind of impact. Regarding empirical research into the comparability of paper-based and computer-based writing tests, most of these studies have been done in English as a first language context. And we all know that this context differs from English as a second language context and English as a foreign language context. We know that in foreign language contexts, students have limited access to the target language. They learned English mainly in the classroom. So, these contexts differ. And there's a lot of research conducted in large-scale assessments, and very few studies have been done in classroom-based writing assessment. And these two contexts are also very different. In the classroom, we need to identify problems so we can make changes in our teaching and assessment practices. Also, a lack of comprehensive studies involving test takers, raters, text, and context is part of the gaps in this area. So as I said before, to make language learning and assessment sustainable, we need to investigate the main actors in language assessment. So in this case, we need to investigate the views and performances of test takers, raters, text, and context all together. And regarding findings, some studies have reported that the writing medium doesn't make any difference in the students' performances. Other studies have reported that the students perform better on paper, and other studies reported that the students perform better in the computer condition. So we need to investigate in our context if there is any impact, some advantages or disadvantages of the writing medium on teachers and students' performances. So in the present study, I investigated all the main actors in language assessment: the writer or test taker, the context, the text, and the rater. And I focused on investigating how the students' cognitive processes differ between computer-based and paper-based writing tests. So I compared how they planned, monitored, and revised their text. I also compared their performance regarding test scores, time on task, and text length. I investigated how the students perceived the impact of both tests on their cognitive processes and performance. Regarding raters, or the language teachers' scorings, I compared the scorings between handwritten and typed text and their perceptions of quality between handwritten and typed text. I also investigated the students and the raters' preferences regarding writing assessment delivery mode. This study was conducted in Colombia, and there are similarities with the Indonesian contest. Regarding the language situation, we also learned English as a foreign language, and there's also a digital divide among teachers and students, lack of computers, lack of internet, teachers lack digital literacies. So in Colombia, the national tests do not assess writing ability, and this contradicts our view, our communicative view of language ability that we hold in the national curriculum. So students need to learn English and become proficient in all the language skills, and we are not assessing writing, so we are not collecting evidence about how they are doing about writing. Assessments are usually paper-based, so we don't know how the students and raters or teachers perform in these two writing conditions. If they might transfer the knowledge and skills, they usually used on paper, so that if they transfer those knowledge and skills to the computer-based assessments. In Colombia, there's also a digital divide. Well, as I said, we witness a lack of computer accessibility, while the teachers didn't know how to use many technological tools. So writing assessment was not conducted during the pandemic. And this digital divide is reflected in this cartoon that you can see that it was posted last year in one of the Colombian newspapers. So, well, that happened in the middle of the pandemic, last year. So the child with the computer says, I'm so bored of doing homework on the computer. And the other child says, what is a computer? Well, it could be a little bit exaggerated, but this is what was happening and what is happening in Colombia nowadays. So there are still students who don't have access to computers, and this is also evident in the university context. So this lack of abilities and resources might affect the students' performance in future endeavors. And well, in Colombia, there's a lot of lack of classroom-based writing assessment research. And as I said before, we need to investigate this important context to identify problems and then propose solutions to improve our writing and teaching and assessment practices. Well, there are differences between classroom-based and large-scale assessments, but I'm going to focus just on a few differences. In large-scale assessments, well, they are not primarily drivers for changes in learning. They are used to inform consequential, potentially life-changing decisions. So test takers just receive a passing or failing mark, and depending on these scores, well, they can apply for a job or for studying abroad. So they don't receive any kind of detailed feedback. In contrast, in the language classroom, language teachers use strategies to plan and administer their assessments. Language teachers collect different types of information or evidence about students' language use and learning. And teachers collect different types of information through test scores, through questionnaires, through observations, through interviews, or through needs analysis. And all this information or students' outcomes are used by teachers to provide feedback and to enhance teaching and learning. Classroom assessments tend to align with a national and institutional curriculum and need to be dynamic. That means adaptive and flexible. So all these aspects are important to make sustainable language learning and assessment sustainable. Well, in classroom-based assessments, several problems have been identified related to the poor quality of assessment, a lack of instructional and task clarity, the tasks, presence of bias, unclear scoring methods and transparency, poor feedback delivery, little student engagement in assessment procedures, teaching to the test, so too much teaching to the test, and disregarding important abilities or topics in the syllabus and the curriculum, and potential misuses of tests. So that's why it's important to investigate this context to identify problems. So Faisal?
Yes, Maria, just to remind you that we have 2 minutes more. Thank you.
Oh, 2 minutes?
Yeah, I told you there will be 15 minutes.
Okay, I thought it was 30. Okay, well, so I'm going to skip some of this information to present my results, okay, because probably this is what is interesting. Okay, well, I'm going faster now. Okay, so I'm going to show you, this is one example of a writing sample of one of my students. I asked them to do this during this semester. Okay, so I asked them to write this text on paper and then take a picture and send it to me. Well, as you can see on paper, there are visual paragraphs. This is another example by one of my students. Well, you can see visual paragraphs. But then when I asked the students to perform a similar writing task, well, look at this. They had the similar instructions, similar writing time, but well, you cannot identify a structure like an introduction, body, and conclusion, and not even paragraphs. And it was very common in several texts. So, well, I noticed that there were differences, and the writing medium impacted this students' performance. Okay, so, well, so I'm going to skip this because, well, I thought I had more time. Well, these are the results of the experiments, because I conducted 2 experiments. First with the students and second with the teachers as raters. Well, when I compared the cognitive processes of students in 2 groups of students, there were no differences in the way the students performed the 2 writing tasks regarding cognitive processes in one group. But in group B, the students reported that they revised more after writing in the computer condition. So this was a process affected by the writing medium. Regarding performance in terms of writing time and text length, well, there were differences. Students spent more time writing on paper, and they produced longer text on the computer. And there was a group that produced longer text compared to the other group, and mainly on the computer. So these results show that the writing medium affected the writing time and text length. Regarding overall scores, there were no significant differences in overall scores across texts, but there were differences in organization and language use. So these scores were higher on handwritten texts. Okay, so I'm going to fast just to show the results. When I compared the raters or the language teachers' scorings between handwritten and typed texts, well, these teachers scored the handwritten texts significantly higher compared to the typed text, probably because, well, they were more familiar with pen and paper assessment, so they were more lenient with these types of texts. And organization and language use were scored significantly higher on handwritten text. So from these findings, I noticed that the writing medium affected the raters and in turn affected the students' performance. And the perceptions of teachers and students differed. So some students, thought that they performed better on the computer, and raters thought that the students had performed better on paper. So meaning that we cannot always rely on students and teachers' perceptions, and they also had different perceptions and experience with the writing medium. Okay, so should I finish right now? Or do I have...
I'm afraid so. Sorry for that. But you still have some time during the question and answer session.
Okay, so I'm going just to close with this.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Okay, yes, the conclusion. So in my study, I identified that, the writing medium affects cognitive processes of students, the performance regarding time, text length, and scorings, and also affects raters' scorings and perceptions of the text. So the implications for language teachers is that, well, they need to consider the students or test takers' characteristics, their cultural background, experience with the writing medium to design assessments, and also need to collect evidence about the conditions of the tests and design reliable, valid scoring procedures, such as analytic rubrics, talk to colleagues to discuss about the use of writing and marking criteria, and use all this information and test scores to improve their writing, teaching, and assessment practices. Well, so this is something that you could do in your classroom to make these comparisons and see if you find differences in your students' performance. So, well, thank you very much for your attention, and that's it. Okay. Thank you, Faisal.
Thank you very much, Maria, for the nice presentation. Somehow I feel surprised that we have similar condition. Yes, in terms of the context and the way how we assess our students, we find I find some similarities. And from the presentation, it can be concluded that writing mediums, writing media do impact how the students perform and how the teachers assess the students. Okay, this is interesting. And perhaps we have similar indication for that one. Thank you, Maria, for the nice presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, dear audience, you can you can start writing your questions. But I'm going to offer a question and answer session right after the presentation of Professor Uwesugi. Okay. Prior to her presentation, prior to Professor Uwesugi's presentation, I'd like to inform you a little bit more about Professor Uwesugi. As she wrote here, she has been involved in various research in terms of the language, literature, and also language teaching. And she has also written some papers in prestigious journals as well, and also in she has also written some books. Unfortunately, I cannot read because it is written in Japanese. Okay, and yeah, there's some more information about the Professor Uwesugi. Now, without further ado, I'd like to invite Professor Uwesugi to present her paper. Similar to Maria, you have around 15 minutes to have. Thank you, Professor. Time is yours now.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Professor.
Can you see my slide? Can you see my slide?
Yes, I can see your paper. I can hear your voice as well, loud and clear.
Thank you, Faisal, for such a fantastic introduction for me, and thank you very much for inviting me to such a fantastic and amazing honorable conference today. I'm very honored to be able to participate in such an amazing conference as a panelist. And I'm very happy to share my own true experiences about intensive English program, which I have been conducted in my university. So that my presentation title is Introduction of the Intensive English Program, How We Develop the Students' English Skills. Okay, I'm a professor at AK University of Hiroshima. So this is today's menu. First, I'm going to talk about AK University of Hiroshima. This is a newborn university, prefectural university of Hiroshima. And then second, I'm going to share the purposes of IEP, Intensive English Program in short. Number three characteristics of IEP. Number 4, AK Active Learning in IEP. Number 5, evaluation. Number 6, interim report on the spring quarter. We have just finished the spring quarter, and now we are in the middle of the summer quarter. Number 7, reflection from both from teachers and students. And lastly, future perspectives to share with you. First, I'm going to talk about AK University of Hiroshima. So we have only one department whose name is Social System Design, and we have just one course, Social System Design, the same name. So we have one faculty and one course. Not so big university, but it is called university, and it was opened in April of 2021. This is the Hiroshima Prefectural University, newborn university. And we value acquisition of knowledge and skills through active learning, which I'm going to talk about later more in detail. And we have 3 characteristics about the content subjects, not English subject though. So there are 25 students in one class. So comparatively small classes, and one class continues at 100 minutes. And classes cover 2 units in a row to allow students to concentrate. Okay? And this is the curriculum policy. So we value academic input and practical output for knowledge and skills, which can be repeated in the curriculum. And we have set perspectives, actually 5 windows: people, prosperity, planet, peace, and partnership. Through these 5 P windows, we have a curriculum, and we like to foster practical global collaboration and introduce a practical education in collaboration with diverse stakeholders in actual society. So not only the knowledge, but also like the active action we need to change and renovate our society. So we have that kind of wider perspectives. Then with that perspective, we have built this university. We have founded this university. And we have SDG-oriented liberal arts, such as literature, sociology, and weather study, and so on. So we have various subjects which are liberal arts and oriented SDGs. We are very conscious about SDGs. And also we focus on ICT and thinking skills. And I'm in charge of intensive English program. Daily English communication is very important to foster global citizens. So this intensive program is 6 months, only 6 months. And they need to get 124 credits to graduate. And classes are offered either in Japanese or in English. So they can choose the classes in English version or Japanese version, but we have a rule that they need to complete 62 credits or more in English they need to take. And we try to aim at internationalization, so 1 in 4 students are from other countries. But under this COVID-19 situation, we couldn't achieve this goal so far, but we like to achieve this aim in the future. So this is an academic input and a practical output repeated in the curricular style. Okay, so in these 4 years, they can develop their curriculum in this way. So it is very clear and clearly settled all the curriculums. Okay. And our learning environment is very nice because our university is located very close to JR Hiroshima Station. It is 10-minute walk, and just maybe 15 or 20-minute walk, we can go to Peace Memorial Park. So our university is in the central part of Hiroshima City, and we can go for a lot of entertainment and so on. And our university is a 15-story building, 15-story, just one building, but no garden or no sports yard and so on. We don't have it, but we can get a very nice view on top of the 15th floor. That is called the AK Top. So I hope you can visit someday. I will show you around. Okay. So number 2, the purposes of IEP. Okay, all the first year students will take for the first 6 months this IEP program. So the students who entered our university are supposed to have the CEFAR B1, this level. Almost all the students actually have this proficiency level. And we like to develop their English proficiency level up to CEFAR B2. That is a very dramatic idea and a very huge task to achieve, but this is an aim. Because the students can take any subject in English in the foreign quarters after this program. This is the crucial and critical and very important aim for this intensive English program. So I'd like to share 3 characteristics of IEP. Actually, I was in charge of founding this university for 1 year before this foundation of university. So we collaborated to make this program with other staff in this university. So first, small-sized classes. Actually, 80 Japanese students in total. So we divide them into 5 classes. So 17 or 18 students in one class. And we have divided classes according to their proficiency levels. Actually, there are 3 levels: 2 basic classes, 2 intermediate classes, and 1 advanced class. So there are 5 classes for each subject. The criteria to divide the classes is the TOEFL ITP. So the students commonly took this test in March before the entrance of the university. So with the score, we divided the students into 3 different levels. Number 3, professional teachers and coordinated textbooks. So except 2 Japanese students, including me, there are all native English or bilingual non-native teachers from other countries. So we have about diverse nationalities. And appropriate levels of textbooks are a characteristic too. And graded textbooks between the spring quarter and the summer. So in the spring quarter, they use writing text number 1, level 1. Then in summer, writing text number 2, and so on, grade 2. So they are linked. So we try to use the same textbooks published by the same company and graded ones. And class division, like I said, according to the scores of assessment test, TOEFL ITP, and the number of the students in level divided classes are like this. And class division, the scores are like this. Number 4, AK active learning in IEP. AK University of Hiroshima values the ideas underlying the SDGs, sustainability, inclusiveness, which means no one is left behind, and small-sized activities, autonomous learners for the future. So this is AK active learning basic model. So in pre-class work, they receive information, ideas, and knowledge from readings, websites, videos, and other materials. And in class, so the teachers' feedback, they will offer mini lectures, quick Q&A, and share additional information. So they gain knowledge and competencies. And the students' activities are the central part of the class activity. For example, discussion, presentation, mapping, interview, observation, watching movies, and art workshop, and so on. And after class work, they have reflection, self-reflection, peer review, analysis, and so on. Now I'm going to introduce active learning to English lessons, especially. So one-way lecture is important, but a discussion in pair or in group is also important. And student-teacher's time is important, and I introduced that time too. So students teach with each other. So the good students, like student-teachers, feel confident about their English skills. And the other students admire the student teachers who are their classmates, very close to them. And peer evaluation, presentations in English, and reflection, we include these activities in English lessons. So this is an interactive class, we can say. Example of active learning, think, pair, square. I'm sure you have already known. But first, individual self-study, and then pair work, talking about what they learn with each other in pair. Group, talking about what they learn in group. And then share, later they give presentation and share what they have learned in whole class. So this is like this, image is like that. Okay, so effects of active learning, so improvement of human relations and a sense of belonging, improvement of self-esteem and self-efficacy, creation of a learning community, very warm learning community, and improvement of English proficiency, of course, and fostering autonomous learners. This is a very important aim and effect. We enjoy learning English. Key points of active learning. So we can build relationship, connection, trust, empathy, and create a base of communication, which leads to create a learning community. And we can build a cooperative group where students talk and listen to each other. Students play the leading role and the teachers support students behind the scenes, just like script writers or directors. Number 5, evaluation. We evaluate Faisal, how many minutes do I have?
Yeah, sorry, Professor, you have 5 minutes more. Thank you.
5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. So 5 competencies, we evaluate these 5 competencies. Okay, and the 30% of the evaluation of these competencies should be included in grading. This is the competency we value in our university. And evaluation is not only by teachers' evaluation, but also we introduce peer evaluation and self-evaluation. For example, about a competency, class contribution, when they raise their hand and comments, give us comments and answer questions and so on, and presentations in pair or in group, posters and other papers, and tests and so on, group discussions. Okay, these are the examples of evaluation of competency. And the goal of our education is to nurture the responsible global citizens who collaboratively engage with real global issues, and they have deep insights and a broad range of knowledge beyond the conventional academic disciplines. Number 6, interim report on the spring quarter. So spring quarter is from April 12th to June 12th, just 7 weeks. First, we started the classes face-to-face. But under the COVID-19 situation, we had a declaration of a state of emergency. So we changed the style into hybrid classes. And then after the Golden Week, we have Golden Week around May 1st, and from May 1st to 5th and so on, 5 holidays. But after that, we have online classes, all online classes using MS Teams. So this is the schedule of spring quarter. So almost all of them are conducted online. Then how we conducted online classes, we used MS Teams, and training of using MS Teams was very important. And we asked the students to turn on the camera very softly in a very nice way. And we gave mini tests, homework, pair work, and so on, discussion, breakout room, and final quarter test. So they need to save the file and send it to me on Teams chat and so on. So it took time, but we had to trust the students. And we controlled the time to avoid like a cheating situation. And one example of evaluation from the syllabus, this is from my syllabus, but I evaluated this way. So this is the results of the evaluation. So far, the students have done very good job. They are very active and positive in classes, all the classes. Only a few students could not get the credit, but so far, more than half of the students got S or A in each class. And positive aspects, so the active participation of the students is very clear, and e-learning assignment we gave, and we had original final quarter test, and we had meeting regularly among the teachers. Negative aspect, level difference is a little bit difficult to control, so some students were not happy with the level, and the problem of lecturers' technical skills is important too. Reflection from teachers. Okay, this is a reflection from the teachers, and overall they have a very positive and very nice comments. And this is from the students' survey, students' reflection. So the students had participated in each class very actively. Okay, So, and this is, okay, so these are this is the progress that the students feel. So about 60% of the students felt they were making progress, but this is this is the time we have just finished spring quarter, so we cannot say this progress clearly. So after summer quarter, we are going to make a summarize with like a concrete result of TOEFL. Okay, so this is future perspective. So we are going to develop the methodology from now on and analyze IEP with the scores of TOEFL ITP, because they're going to all the students will take TOEFL ITP after summer quarter. So with that a concrete result, I'd like to improve the IEP more. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Wesley, for the nice and good presentation. Somehow, we have similar program here in Muhammadiyah University of Purwokerto. Your program is intensive English program intended for the freshmen of the university. But in our university, we have what we call the English enrichment program. And this lasts for 4 semesters. But we have similar probably paradigm and principles. We base our principles on the CFR as well. So we have we have some similarities as well. Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Now, I'd like to open question and answer session for both of the speakers. You can raise your hand and say your name and the questions and which is the question for. What is that? Another way is what is that? You can also write your questions on the chat. So far, I have 2 questions for Professor Guapacha. Should I read here, Professor?
Yes.
Okay. So this is from Dr. Orlando Chavez. He wrote that your result shows that the writing medium, paper or computer, affects both the writers, the students in this case, and the raters or the evaluators, in this case the teacher. So in your opinion, he asks for your opinion in terms of what we can do in our classroom to minimize the effects of the writing medium to the students' writing and the test result. Okay.
Okay.
Professor?
Yeah, okay,
Yours?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, how can we minimize the effects of the writing medium? So we need to expose both teachers and students to both writing conditions so they can identify their strengths and weaknesses in both writing media, right? So the students can identify if they are planning, monitoring, revising their text appropriately in both writing conditions, and also language teachers can identify if there's any potential bias affecting the marks. And bias can be, for example, handwriting. Most teachers, they prefer beautiful handwriting, and that could be misleading, right? So
That's right.
yeah, like higher scores, but the content is bad or not good enough for the task. Yeah, so that's what teachers need to do, to establish clear criteria to assess content, organization, grammar, vocabulary, mechanics. And this can be done with another group of teachers, so they can discuss their views of writing, because that's the main difficulty, discuss the view of writing. Some teachers think that writing is mainly grammar, and it's not. Well, it's just it's different aspects, right? It's content and grammar, the audience. So to minimize the writing medium effect, we need to expose the students to both writing conditions so that they can identify their strengths and weaknesses, and teachers can identify any potential biases as well. Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. So by the help of the rubrics and some other stuff, that teachers need to have will help the teachers to avoid the bias, right? Perhaps in terms of the numbers of the sentences or how beautiful the sentences are, the form, and so on. Okay, thank you for your insight, Professor. Do you have questions for Professor Uesugi? You can write. So far, I have another question. Again, for Associate Professor Gopacha. Okay, somebody, Lutfiana, asks you how you go in terms of analyzing research data that derives from so many students writing. Then you need to correct, you need to evaluate and assess the students based on particular rubrics. That's from Lutfiana.
Yeah, well, this was the samples were taken from a test with strict time conditions, right? They were given 50 minutes. So they didn't go through the process of correcting. It was a direct assessment. So similar to probably what you do in the classroom when you say, okay, you're going to do a writing task and you have 40, 50 minutes for writing this text. So in this study. So well, they didn't go through corrections or feedback from the teachers. It was an assignment to see where the quality of the text in both writing conditions. But in that study, the students were familiar with the process of planning, revising. They received feedback from the lecturers, but at the end, they were assessed with a writing task. We designed with the other two lecturers, we designed the analytics scoring rubric, and we decided the marking criteria. We said, okay, so we are going to penalize the same mistake once, for example, because many teachers like to highlight the similar error or mistake, and they lower the marks when it's only one mistake. And that's unfair, right? So those are the types of criteria that we need to discuss with the other lecturers. So that's why we designed this objective analytic scoring rubric, and we came into agreements. We said, okay, so content refers to ideas, if the content reflects the task. The organization refers to the clear structure of the test, cohesion of ideas, because and language refers to grammar mistakes. And there was some confusion. There was some confusion when assessing grammar and vocabulary and spelling. That's why teachers need to read and be very careful about how to correct those mistakes. Because spelling is not part of vocabulary. Vocabulary refers to selecting appropriate words according to the context. Right? And spelling is not language. It's not language mistakes. So those are the aspects that we need to consider when analyzing the text and assessing the text. So based on the rubric, we compare the scores from handwritten text with the score from computer-based tests. And well, I ran statistical analysis to see if the means differ. That's what I do. That's what I did. Well, I don't know if I answered the
Thank
question.
you. Assessing writing is truly complicated and taking time, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so I hope Professor Gopach's response could address your question, right? Orlando and Luciana. Okay. Yeah, she says thank you. Do you have questions for Professor Uesugi? Okay, while waiting for other questions, I'd like to perhaps ask Professor Uesugi. As I told you, we have similar programs, right? So you have 87 students in 1 year. We have more than 2,000 students in a year. This year, probably we will have more than 2,200 freshmen coming into our university. So I'd like to ask for your perhaps suggestions how we should manage these big numbers of students. If for your information, we have placement tests, but different from your university. You base your placement test on TOEFL ITP, but we have our own placement test. So perhaps you could share to us your view about how to manage these big numbers of students. Thank you, Professor.
Okay. Thank you very much for asking me a question. Okay, it is difficult to manage such a huge number of students, right?
Yes.
But, according to the common TOEFL scores and so on, we can divide the students into smaller number of student classes. So, but you need to hire more teachers, right? So actually, we hire a lot of part-time lecturers too. So outside university, we need to collaborate and we need to exchange our ideas and concerns and so on in order to share our common understanding and so on. So the larger the classes can be, then more difficult it can be to manage, control the management. So but, it is I really like smaller classes. We have like 17 students in one class, so we can check how they are doing. So I think the smaller, the better. So with the scores of the common test, I hope you will manage to divide the students into many small classes. Because language class, we need to have a smaller number of students.
That's right. Yeah.
Otherwise, we cannot check how active, how hard they are working on. So about especially competency evaluation, we need to check how hard they are working on the class.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So, Professor, sorry, Professor, to interrupt. So, in your perspective, as we know that we have in the COVID-19 situation, so it is impossible for us to have the offline classes. We have a face-to-face session. So practically, we have been online. We have been in virtual sessions. So, in your perspective, how many students ideally could be for a, let's say, not hybrid class, but for a virtual session?
Okay, it is ideal to have like around 20 students in one class for the language class. Okay, so both for face-to-face and for online classes.
Great.
In my experiences of teaching for about 20 years, I really reached this result, ideal. So 20 students.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your response. Do you have other question or response to both speakers? No. So, Professor Glopacha, I know that I'm aware that assessing writing is tiring, taking time, tiring, and maybe involving emotional upheaval, emotional stuff, right? So, in your perspective, how would you manage yourself not to get emotional or not to get burnt out and be consistent when assessing writing? Thank you. What's that? Sorry for the voice. Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody has been muted. Yeah.
Yes. All right. Now, how not to become emotional? Yeah. Well, I encourage teachers to use analytic scoring rubrics because they are a very objective instrument to assess writing. So you can, many teachers come with so many biases and preferences towards students. So one idea is just probably to hide or remove the students' names so we can assess them objectively, because sometimes we confuse their performance and participation, and that's something very different. We say, okay, well, this student is failing writing, but his participation is so good in the class. Well, that's something different from their actual performance. That's why to be consistent with our scores and our assessment procedures, we need to design as analytic scoring rubrics. And you can design them with a group of lecturers and teachers. You incorporate all your views of writing, what you need to assess, the weight you are going to give. For you, it's more important to assess grammar, where you give more weight to this component. But if for you content is more relevant, you give a higher weight to this component. So that all depends on the view of writing that teachers hold, and and what they need to assess, and that is related to the syllabus, with the competencies that students need to show. So that's my advice, to design rubrics according to your context, to your views, and what you need to assess.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for the useful insight. Professor?
And that will minimize a little bit, all those corrections. Well, sometimes that is qualitative feedback as well, because the student can read all the description in the content and in the grammar. That's also qualitative feedback. But if you don't want to use analytic scoring rubrics, you have to highlight the mistakes and provide more feedback, and that could be more time consuming, while analytic scoring rubrics might minimize that work.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, okay. Professor Rasugi, there is a question from Lutrina. She asked you about what is that? In terms of Japanese context, in the Japanese context, how has the development of the information and communication technology for English learning gone? What is that? Gone thus far, respecting to distance learning issue. So, perhaps in short, how to manage the ICT into the integration of English teaching and learning in the Japanese context?
Okay, thank you very much for asking me a question. The ICT has been developed greatly, and we have ICT section in our university, and there are technical specialists, professional technicians who can control the ICT and solve the problems all the time. So on a regular basis, we have that kind of assistance with us. But and each student is required to have their own PC first. Right after they enter university, we recommended a cheaper PC, and if they have some technical problem, that kind of technician can support them. Okay. So we with the support of technicians and ICT office persons and the center director of the ICT, so we can conduct the classes smoothly. But according to the contracted amount of the connectivity, students contracted connectivity company, right? So according to the amount they use, sometimes it was difficult for the students to connect PC with us. So that kind of problem might occur sometimes. But otherwise, as all the students participate with their camera on, and very few problems we have. But especially about skills for to use the ICT, I think we have lack of skills that we need to train. So catching up with the ICT development in Japan, we keep working, we keep training ourselves. So that is the more important thing for us to do.
That's right. That's right, indeed. So, based on your experience, what is the most effective way to handle, say, the students with technological problem?
Analytical problem?
No, technological problem. ICT problem. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So the students sometimes don't know how to save the file or download, and that kind of basic things. Sometimes they don't know. In that case, I will always show my screen and share my screen with the students. So it took time, but gradually they got used to. So we have to be patient about that, but I think we should have like a FD session or like a pre-session before the classes start to save time. Because sometimes even mini tests took like 30 minutes, so it is not a desirable case. So in order to save time, we have training before our semester or quarter starts. So I think it is important for us to gain a lot of technical skills to use the advanced technology.
Yeah, indeed. Perhaps in my personal view, I want to use as many platforms stuff, ICT stuff as much as possible. But indeed, time and perhaps the student's condition what is that I need to consider. Okay, so another question from Pak Dedi Hantoro. He asks you, how do you handle self-directed learning of the students? How would you handle self-directed learning of the students in your experience? Professor Owesugi?
Sorry.
Yeah, that's the question for you. Another question
for me. Okay, sorry.
That's all right. How would you handle the self-directed learning of the students?
Self-directed learning, e-learning, right? E-learning we allocate. So we allocate 5 different courses from the e-learning system. We contracted the company about e-learning for 1 year. So the university paid that. The students can use the e-learning system freely, so they can choose any course, but we allocated some certain courses to complete in a certain time. So we teachers can check how the students, how progressive they are according to the teacher's ID. So we can check how the students are working on their assignment, and the assignment can be included in the evaluation too. So the students need to be keen on conducting their assignments. So I think with that kind of a device, like including assignments into our evaluation and so on, then it can be like an incentive for the students to keep on working on the self-discipline learning. So we don't have to watch them all the time, but once a week or so, we check how well they are doing, and if they are not doing well, we can give them some advice to encourage them. So you are not have done a lot, so try to do more this weekend and so on. So in this way, we can monitor how the students are doing. So.
Okay, still, although it is self-directed, but still, we still need to keep in touch with them, right, Professor? Yeah. Okay. Pak Dedi, do you have any other questions? Or
thank you.
Would you like to extend the response?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Faisal. It is enough.
Okay, thank you. I think the discussion is getting intense, but I'm sure others will have been triggered to ask more questions. But unfortunately, we have very limited time. So to wrap up, in terms of assessing writing, we need to be consistent in writing by the use of either analytical or holistic writing rubric. And in relation to the intensive English program, it is important for us for the management to provide appropriate situation and condition for the students so they can learn English in the very best way. For example, like managing small classes and making use of appropriate ICT. So I'm afraid I have to close our discussion today. On the behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank you very much to Associate Professor Guapacha and also Professor Wesigi for the insights today. And I do hope that our discussion is useful and broaden our mind. So thank you very much. I'm sorry for any inconvenience. I hope we can see again next time in another great conferences. Thank you from me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to return the time to the committee. The time is to the committee now. Thank you. Give applause, please, to our two great presenters.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Fasilitas bisa kami berikan maksimal mungkin.
Okay, dear time is yours. Hello, Mr. Chandra Nur Ali. Have you been here?
Halo Mas Adi, I'm here already. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Terus yang paling aku suka dari sekolah itu karena itu pasti kalian yang juga berkembang. Kayak contohnya aku tuh pernah berpantang di sekolah
Bapak, boleh saya share screen?
Dan kalian harus
Hello?
mengerti. Terus ada juga kayak profesor kita, misalnya Profesor aku kemarin aku sempat ambil
Halo Mas Adi.
Yes, Pak. Your turn is now, Pak.
saking gak ada pelajaran bahasa Inggris yang lain gitu, jadi aku harus ambil pelajaran S2 terpaksa gitu.
Okay, can I start now for presenting the book, Pak Adi? Is there someone to just give the opening for this session?
Yes, Pak.
Kemarin sempet tawarin aku promote dan jadi kayak kita Indonesia kerjasama sama perusahaan Taiwan di bidang healthcare industry yang mereka itu. Nah terus dia kayak lihat aku kayak tertarik sama bidang healthcare gitu kan. Terus dia kayak nawarin gitu, mau gak kamu coba?
Ada yang berbicara itu?
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Thank you very much. It's such a great honor for me to be here. Before we start for the next session, we would like to launch the new book produced written by our lecturers at the Faculty of Letters. I think that the committee has also offered this book to all of you, and so that on this occasion I would like to give very short overviews about this book particularly. So this book is written in Indonesian language, but for you who have little literacy in Indonesian, I think that's not the big problem, because this book basically used the plain Indonesian, in which the vocabularies and the language is designed that can be understood by all people with the various mastery of Indonesian. So the title will be Bahasa Sastra Budaya and Pandemi, or in English we can say that the language, literature, culture, and pandemic. So this book is basically research. Yeah. So all the lecturers of Faculty of Letters in dealing with the pandemic situation. So we think that our life changes dramatically. So therefore, it affects almost all aspects of our life. So therefore, including in the areas of language, culture, and also art. So therefore, I would like to overview this book in three areas. The first is about the backgrounds that finally inspire us to publish this book, and second one is about the issues of this book, and finally why it's important to read this book. So we have already known that the pandemics of COVID-19 has already made a very dramatic changes in our life. So right now, maybe our economies, our culture, our religious practices, our education, and our IT develop faster than before due to this pandemic situation. So therefore, we try to respond to this, and especially we are going to investigate what are the effects of the pandemics in our field of studies in the areas of language, literature, and culture. So there are 5 main issues of the book. The first is language and pandemic, and development and pandemic, local wisdom, narration, and myth about doctor, and corona and art. So the language and pandemics, in the issues about the language and pandemics, especially the writer highlights about the emergence of the new vocabularies. So in the Indonesian context particularly, maybe it's widely understood that previously we are not familiar with a particular vocabularies or words which is used, like social distancing, maybe work from home, and many other new vocabularies. And actually the emergence of these new vocabularies in some cases, if we try to look at from the language perspective, it can, produce many social problems, because we can assure that all people in all levels and from various educational backgrounds will understand about this term. So maybe language problems sometimes also arise in the middle of the pandemic, and some people are confused about this term at the beginnings of this pandemic. But right now, maybe they have been familiar with this term, so they don't find any problems. Don't find any problems related to this. And then, basically, in dealing with the pandemic, it's not only the obligation of the governments, but also this is the responsibility of all people. So therefore, effective communication principles during the pandemic is also one of important things to be highlighted. It is not only the language used by the governments to its citizens, but also the language used among the social medias and how people interact and communicate each other through various platforms of the media. And then actually language has a very significant role in combating the pandemic. If we look more detail into the effects of the language, right now maybe one of the terrible problems that most people have is the anxiety about the pandemic itself. So therefore, how actually we, especially we are writing some things in our social medias, we select carefully about the language that we use, so it will create any significant effects for this. And then the second topic is about women's and pandemic. This article is written by Ibu Sulasi Nurhayati. In this article, Ibu Sulasi highlights the roles of women, or especially mother, in the pandemic situation, because the government, in making its campaigns and education to the society, use the tagline of Ingat Pesan Ibu. So what actually the purpose of using this tagline? In Indonesian context, we understand that Ibu is the most important figure in our family, and so therefore hopefully that by using this tagline that people will always remember to their mother. So therefore the state of Ibuism in Indonesian context is eminent, and it's also something which is highlighted and described in a very clear manner by the writer. And it's not only investigating about the surface phenomena, but actually what is actually the hidden narrations from the hashtag. So Bruno described in a very interesting way how to understand about what is actually the basic narration from the hashtag. And then the second one, the third one is local wisdom in dealing with the pandemic. This article is written by Ibu Widya. So we know that each of our society in our regions, we develop and we have our own local wisdom. So therefore, maybe why don't we try to use this local wisdom to help people to relieve from this difficult situation. So the idea of ethnoscience is highlighted here. So Widya thinks that local wisdom is something that needs to be explored more, because it becomes the cultural assets people usually they have very good psychological closeness with their local wisdom. So why not? If we try to dig more about our local wisdom, so that it will help people in dealing with the disaster and pandemic. And then the next article is about the narration and myth of doctors. So this is written by Pak Abe. So basically, Pak Abe highlight about the very vital roles of doctors as the front lines during the pandemics, and at the same time, maybe although they have a very difficult job in difficult conditions, but we can still witness some of the ironies that the doctor have. So therefore, Pak Ade highlights and try to dig more and to try to explore what is the narrative behind. And finally, he revealed that actually this is what we call as the narrative subversion of doctor. And so at the same time, he also suggested and highlights this is very important for the doctor to have a narrative awareness about this, about their jobs in dealing with the patient. And the last article is written by Ibu Titi. So Ibu Titi particularly highlight the impacts or the influence of Corona and art, because ladies and gentlemen, these difficult situations it affects the economics of our people, especially for those who are working as artists. So in this occasion, Bu Titi especially pay attention on the production of batik, because batik is one of Indonesian masterpiece heritage. And then Bu Titi want to show the influence of batik and how creative actually the people who are printing the batik, and then by making or by creating the motif of the coronavirus and also other things related to corona, actually it can attract consumers to buy this batik. So at the same time, she thinks that corona not always give us the bad impacts, but at the same time it also give us more opportunity as long as we can eye these opportunities and then we can be creative. So this batik corona give a very clear examples of how people to try to survive in the difficult situation, and they try to change corona from something bad, something terrible, to be one of the inspiration. And Bu Titi also highlight that this creation actually quite successful in attracting the consumer to buy more. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so why should you read this book? At least we have 3 reasons. The first is this book is research based. So the writer actually write part of this research in their article here. And then the perspective is enhanced in terms of we try to use the popular style in our writing, so hopefully that it can be easily understood by people from various backgrounds. And then I think that it will give us, tell us about the future implications, what our life will be in the future after this pandemic situation. And the good things is that this book is the first series, so it seems that for the next future, we are still writing the other books to to give our perspective about the developing situation and the current situation that happens around us. So particularly, we try to give our perspective on the current situations from the academic perception. So I think this is about this book. And thank you very much for your attention. So I'll pass back to the moderator for this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chandra Nur Alim, PhD. And the next session is plenary session 2. And yeah, Mr. Chandra Nur Alim is also the moderator of the plenary. So we invite again Mr. Chandra to be the moderator of plenary session 2. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mas Adi. Bapak Ibu sekalian, for the next plenary session, we will have two great speakers. One, they are Ibu Ice Khadijah, and the second one is Ibu Zaria Snita binti Haji Mat Said from UTM. So for the first session, we will listen from Ibu Ice Khadijah, is that right? So, yes, Ibu Ice has been here together with us. Before we start, to give Ibu Ice time to present her slides. So I'd like to read his curriculum vitae. So Ibu Ice Khadijah got his PhD in teacher education in UPI Bandung, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia Bandung, and her research focuses on teacher training and professional development. And then she got his MA from University of Warwick, England, in the Department of Master in English and Education, and she got his bachelor from the faculty of Institute of Teacher Training and Education, IKIP Malang. And right now, Ibu Ice Khadijah is an independent educator. Her main activity is teacher training. She has more than 37 years of experience in the field of education and teaching English. Ibu Ice Khadijah has developed various types of training in the developments of teaching material, teacher competency improvement, and the developments of the main curriculum of English, the improvement of the quality of principal and supervisors. Okay, without any further ado, we would like to invite Ibu Ice Khadijah. You have around 25 minutes to present your slides, and then we'll follow by our second speaker, Ibu Zaria Snita. Time to you, Ibu.
Thank you very much, Pak Chandra. Good afternoon. Good morning. It's still morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, my fellow teachers, lecturers. In this conference, I saw 138 people here in this room, and hopefully we can manage to learn something from my session. And as a practitioner in the field, I call my session here as a reflection. So let me share my slides. Wait. Okay. No. My slide doesn't come up. Wait a minute. Why my slides doesn't come up? Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Let me close all my apps. Because I cannot see my PowerPoint. No, you cannot see my PowerPoint? Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, good. It's very
Okay,
clear,
good.
yeah.
Yes, all right. Okay. Sorry to take some minutes to struggle with technology. And I'm talking about technology.
It's okay.
What an ironic. All right, everybody. I have only 22 minutes maybe, yeah? And I'm talking about a reflection, the involvement of technology in ELT. I think during these sessions, you're all going to hear lots of reports from research, from the field. And now I drag back to the reality, how we realize as teachers, as lecturers, as teacher educator, in using technology for the purpose of students' learning. And let's reflect through my session, and hopefully we still have time for discussion, for communication. Before COVID-19, the technology was just used optionally, and only those who are interested in using technology in the classroom. So we think that technology, okay, I'm not interested in and I don't use it. Oh, okay, I like technology and I use it. Because technology here is not just the online thing. The online thing only come out just a couple of years. And before that, English language teaching has already mentioned a lot about technology. Because learning language, teaching language is teaching about life of people. And therefore, the use of technology will help us. So this is before pandemic. We enjoy the classroom, and even a couple of research that I come across mention that the result of this survey on learning during the pandemic between students and teachers are different. The teachers would like to have face-to-face engagement because they want to have access directly to correct the students, and the students actually prefer the online if the lesson is meaningful for them. And they say, yes, they want to go offline, they want to go face-to-face to meet their friends. So again, it's another point of reflection. So suddenly when this virus, uninvited guests come to the world, then school closed, everybody's struggling with technology, from the adult learners to the children. They work hard, and not to mention the teacher. Of course, the teachers also work very hard in doing their job. So, and it's not only the school, but also in industry that I just read McKinsey Global Institute report just a couple of months ago. The pandemic accelerated existing trend in remote work, e-commerce and automatization, with up to 25% more workers than previously estimated, potentially needing to switch occupation. So this is to show us that even in the future, that the use of technology cannot be avoided. So it's not just because of the pandemic. That's why I look at this COVID-19 pandemic as a turning point. We talk a lot about the technology distraction, how technology will distract industry, and how many professions change, how people will lose their job in the future because of technology. And now we, in education, in teaching, are dragged by force to understand how to use technology to support learning. That's why I call it a turning point, because teachers and students then, there are teachers and students who are still struggling, who have been struggling, and who were struggling to cope with the changes. So there are three categories of teachers here. Of English teachers who are still struggling, all my students are not motivated. But there are some who have come over with different kind of strategies and who has overcome the struggle and settled down with a hybrid learning or blended learning or even remote learning. Then technology becomes the most powerful tools to keep up with to keep the class running. Even in this point, I don't mention to keep the learning going on, to keep the class running, because there are some teachers who are still doing the class only for the sake of, fulfill the schedule. Not because they don't want to keep the learning going on, but it's because of the limitation, because of the students' motivation, because of other factors other than their intention to make the students learning. So now let's think of where we are now, because we cannot avoid technology in English language teaching. English language teaching is dealing with preparing the students to live their lives. No matter whether they are in English department or non-English department or students at school, they're all struggling to learn English to prepare their lives. Then, now, the technology has forced us, English language teacher, to use it. And then, looking at the future prediction about the work, then we cannot say, okay, after the pandemic, I will stop using technology. Now let's look back at the history of technology in English language teaching. In English language teaching, technology has been introduced since 1960. And it was called computer assisted language learning through the Plato project in the United States. And then late 80s in the UK, where I was studying, the university where I was studying, start opening a major in COL. And in Indonesia, the first person who joined that faculty was Pak Gumawan Jati, in the same university as mine, in majoring in COL. So computer technology in English language teaching has been introduced for so many years, yet it's still optional. It's still optional until our uninvited guests come. That's the coronavirus. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the third volume of British Council Journal, which talk about the use of media in English language teaching, which start introducing computer. And it was published in 1979. So again, as an English language teacher, teaching practitioner, whether in academic setting or in an industry setting or in school setting, the technology should be part of our life because it will help us. Let's see. The use of technology evolution. Before pandemic, so it's BP. I make it short, BP, voluntarily. And then now, during this pandemic, it's obligatory because everybody must use it. I'm not talking about those in a remote area, in a special cases. Yeah, I'm talking about mainstream. And then, what is going to happen after pandemic? This is what we are talking about, right? Now let's reflect. Why do our students learn English at this time? Why do they learn English? Because now we find out a number of young people who manage to be able to use English because they need it and because they are self-motivated. But then, when it is in school, in university, they are struggling because English is so difficult. Let's look at in a more clear picture. Why do our students learn English? At this moment of time, they learn English to be able to communicate interculturally. Yes, it's not by setting. In the past, when we talk about interculturally, we are talking about the learning of culture and etc. And it seems to be hard. But now, our students face international, intercultural community where still English is the lingua franca. Therefore, we need to look at this with a clear mind and how we can help them. We cannot just come to class and explain about how tenses work, how adjectives work, but more on how to make them able to communicate interculturally, understanding how they express their opinion for a certain audience in order that the audience have the same perception as what they talk about. So in this case, the role of teacher is not anymore teaching, but to help them find the best way to learn how to do intercultural communication effectively. So instead of teaching the knowledge of English, we in general teach our students to communicate in English. No matter whether they learn English in English department or in non-English department or in school, we need to help them to communicate their opinions in English because the world becomes one now. And the language of the world remains English. And therefore, now we have to realize that we need to change our role as a language teacher, who teaches the language to a more assisting them, helping them to find the best way on how to learn, Yes. Now, talking about intercultural communication, then effective intercultural communication happens when language learners have the ability to interpret effectively in a new language with members of different culture. Because now they communicate with people from different backgrounds. But first of all, they have to be able to interact effectively. So how can we help them? How can we make them feel at ease when they communicate their idea, even about simple, very simple thing in the class? Yes, in the class and outside the class, online or offline. So again, we help them to communicate ideas. And to communicate ideas, they should have ideas first. They should have the ideas. And therefore, in the context of English language teaching, they have to be able to listen for understanding, to read for understanding, not just to listen to do the exercise, but to listen for understanding, for their own understanding, to read for their own understanding, not for answering comprehension questions underneath the text, right? Because the key to be able to communicate in English interculturally, first of all, we have to develop their ability in interacting with other people. How we as teachers build their confidence in order that they can participate in their lives. And now here is come technology. Technology which can support us fully to help them to become effective communicators. How? Of course, we have to do a workshop on how to do it. But now, at this moment, I would like to ask you to join with me this point of reflection. Yes? Sorry. The massive development of technology can be one of the most effective help for teachers and learners. I said for teachers and learners because we cannot only rely on the learners or on the students because they are younger, because they understand more about technology. But we also need to learn on how to maximize the use of technology for the purpose of learning. So again, and technology can help us as teachers. Technology brings teachers and learners together for web-enabled interaction, provides innovative learning platforms, and offers many new ways to encounter other culture and languages. This is a very recent research. So, ladies and gentlemen, especially teachers and lecturers, to improve, to develop ourselves, we don't only join seminars like this, doing our own research, or focusing in our own classroom, joining webinar, etc. But more than that, we have to explore what exists in the www. What exists there? Because that world of www are the second world of our students, the second life of our students. And it should be the second life of us too. And that's why we have to explore what's in there in order that we can manage to transform the way we interact with them, the way we plan our lesson. Yes? And we can find the most suitable platform for a certain teaching and learning objectives. Again, it's objective, teaching and learning objective. When we go to the second world that we call www, yes, it offers new ways to encounter other cultures and languages. Then, now, through this second world, we can access, name it, which culture, almost no limit. We want to find out how Tibetan people in Tibet speak in English. We can always find resources in our second world. And then how people use English in whatever settings we can access, and then we can find out, we can select, we can adapt, we can adopt first and then adapt for the classroom purpose to help our students. And then we connect with our students, because when we mention that, look, this is what I get from this.com. Now, after this class, you can go back and check this resource. Today in the class, let's talk about it for 20 minutes. You know, this is the huge help of technology to improve our role as teacher, to help the students finding out the way they learn for themselves. I'm afraid of time. There are significant evidence that new media technologies allow learners not only to process, but also to practice culturally appropriate speech and interaction autonomously and at an accelerated rate, because they choose themselves. But how can they choose if we don't know what they choose? We teachers lead them on what to choose, how to choose, and how to use. And this technology assistance help us a lot. So, ladies and gentlemen, globalization and new technologies have opened dramatic new opportunities for language teaching and learning. And this one, I know, Thorn, has been declared since 2003. So there is no reason to learn on how to maximize the use of technology in English language teaching. Then the question, how can teachers and teacher educators play their role? Bapak Moderator, how many more minutes I have?
I think your time is up, Ibu, but if you're happy,
let me
you can
conclude.
jump to the conclusion, please.
Yes, this is the end. How can teachers and teacher educators play their role? English teachers and teachers educators, whether they like it or not, must transform pedagogically and use technology to maximize the students and the teachers' learning. To assist the students in learning English, teachers should first of all find different strategies in raising students' awareness that to manage their own learning. And therefore, teachers need to explore further what their students are interested in regards to learning English. Teachers need to manage which learning objectives can be achieved by the students themselves and which objectives should be achieved through classroom interaction. With the use of technology, teachers and learners of English have great access to almost any kind of knowledge related to English language teaching and learning to support students to develop their intercultural communication. Teachers need to plan their lesson of a short period of time together with the students so that they know specifically what they need to do to achieve their learning objective. Teachers need to keep on developing the quality of their interaction with their students to increase the students' sense of belonging to their own learning. Language learner success very much depends on how independent the learners are. Let's reflect and transform to sustain the use of technology in English language teaching. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Ice. It's very inspiring to all of us here. Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, we have just listened to Ibu Ice's presentation about the involvement of technology in ELT. So we can highlight some of the points from her presentation. So there is very significant change in terms of the use of technology if we compare before and after the pandemic situation. So it can be said that this pandemic accelerates the trends in the use of IT. So Ibu Ice also highlight about the role of teacher in help students to find the best way to learn, how to do intercultural community effectively. And then technology is very important in terms of it brings teacher and learners together of web-enabled interaction, provides an effective learning platforms, and offer many new ways to encounter with other cultures and languages. So I'm sure that the audience have many questions. You can start take a note for your question. If you like later on during the discussion session, you can raise your hands and ask directly, or alternatively, you can also write down your question in the chat room. Okay, thank you, Ibu Ice. Could you please help for a moment? We are having the second presenters, and after that, we'll come back with the discussion and answer session. Okay, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the second presenters. We are going to listen from Ibu Seriasnita binti Haji Mat Said. Thank you very much and welcome. Good afternoon or good morning, Ibu Seriasnita. Ibu Seriasnita is our colleague from UTM, University Technology Malaysia. So on behalf of the committee, would like to say thank you very much for your willingness to join us as one of the speakers. It's a great honor for us to have you on this occasion. So before we start, I would like to tell you the short curriculum vitae of Ibu Seriasnita. So Ibu Seriasnita is one of the lecturer at the Language Academy, Faculty of Social Science and Humanities, University Technology Malaysia in Kuala Lumpur. Yeah. So she got his bachelor degree in TESOL, Teaching English as a Second Language, from the University Malaya Kuala Lumpur, and then got his MSc in TESOL as well from the University of Putra Malaysia Serdang, and then he got his her doctoral degree also in TSL. So she is very expert. She is an expert in TSL from his bachelor and then master and also doctoral degree, all in the areas of TSL. And she got her PhD from the University Technology Malaysia, Johor Bahru. At the moment, Ibu Seriasnita is an English lecturer in Language Academy, Faculty of Social Science and Humanities, University Technology Malaysia. She has written some of many publications, and I'm afraid that the time will be too long for me if we read all of her work. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to listen from Ibu Seriasnita. She is going to present his paper entitled ESL Learning Model for Grammatical Correctness in Complementary with Employability for Engineering Students. Ibu Seriasnita, the time is yours.
All right. Okay. Assalamualaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, this is the title of my current research. Okay, it's actually sponsored by UTM. Okay, for the duration of 2 years. I would like to actually get everybody involved because I don't want to be the only one talking. Okay, so I've actually shared with you the link to a brief survey. Okay, so please fill in the survey. So far, I think I've received 20 responses. Okay. Yeah, many of the viewers here are from Indonesia. Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share with you my research. Okay. Actually, a little bit about myself. My grandfather, he graduated from an Indonesian university.
Really?
Actually from West Sumatra. Okay. So I'm very proud. Actually today I feel very grateful. I get to, share my knowledge with my Indonesian counterparts. Okay, I also see that there are also some viewers from the Philippines. Okay, that's very interesting. Okay, because we are actually within the same, Malay archipelago. So thank you for attending. Okay, so I just want to say, okay, I hope everybody can see my presentation. Right. Okay, so why ESL? Why this model is very close to heart? Because of the Malaysian education blueprint from the year 2013 to 2025. Okay, so what does this blueprint actually aspire to do? Okay, it emphasizes that it is imperative for Malaysia to strengthen its position in the global economy, right? So when we talk about economy or economic growth, we have the 4 helices. Okay, as you can see on the screen, we have the business, okay, also known as firms, okay, and we also have academia, right? Academia, and followed by the government, and lastly the users. The users are normally known as civil society. Okay, so why these 4 helices? Actually, this model is by Elias Campbell and David, 2009. Okay, because these 4 helices are actually interconnected. All right. Okay. The background of the study, everybody is talking about employability. Okay, so especially, we have problems with unemployment. And what is actually employability? So employability is construed as a set of achievements, skills, understanding, and personal attributes that make graduates to likely gain employment and be successful in their chosen occupations, which benefits themselves, the workforce, the community, and the economy. So this is why we go back to the helices, okay, the 4 helices. Everything is interconnected. Okay? And this is interesting because Ibu Iche just now also mentioned the McKinsey study, but hers is more recent. Mine is like 2012. Okay, but it's the same, it's actually a study on employment. Okay, so according to the study, more than 70% of universities believe that they have adequately prepared students for the workplace. Okay, whereas if you compare, okay, if you can compare this, only 40% of employers believe students are adequately prepared for workplace. So that's a very big mismatch, okay? Because now we think that, you know, whatever that we have taught in the universities will be useful or meaningful for the students to bring to the workplace, but actually not according to the employers. They find that the university graduates are not really prepared for workplace. Okay? So the next one, I will talk about the problem statement behind the research. Okay? Right, on. Okay, so this is a report from New Straits Times. This is a very popular English newspaper in Malaysia, and the report was written in 2019. Okay, so according to the report, this is the main reason, the second highest cause for non-employability among the graduates: poor command of English language. Okay, in fact, there was a survey among the managers and senior managers in various industries across Malaysia, and the employers identified 5 main reasons why fresh graduates found it hard to get hired. Okay. So this is top 5, the reasons for non-employability in Malaysia. Okay, and this is before the pandemic. So now that we have the pandemic, what has happened? I'm sure the problem has increased. It has become even worse. Okay, so the Malaysian government, in its effort to contain the spread of COVID-19, they implemented the Movement Control Order, MCO, in March 2020. Since then, numerous non-essential businesses have come to a halt. So we find that a lot of people have lost their livelihoods. They have lost their source of income. Okay? And they also have to be terminated from their jobs. Okay? Social Security Organization, or SOCSO, this is in Malaysia, where, you know, a special organization, they look after the workers, okay? And they reported job losses in the country has increased by 42% year on year for the first quarter of 2020. Malaysia's unemployment rate hit 5.3% May, and this is May 2020. Okay, its highest level in more than 3 decades. Year on year, the number of unemployed persons rose by 306,000 to 826,000. This data is from the Department of Statistics, Malaysia. For 2021, the projection is just as bad. The Associated Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry of Malaysia Socio-Economic Research Center expects the unemployment rate to reach 4.5%, okay, which is very, very scary. To me, the figures tell a lot of, uncertainties, okay? But then again, if you look at the graduates, the current graduates, what are the problems with them? Okay. We find that the graduates have problem with written communication compared to oral communication because the latter can utilize paralinguistic and non-verbal features to express and understand the intended message. Okay. And this has been exacerbated by cellular-based communication, which has become the primary form of interaction among students. Okay, I blame the social media, I blame the IG, I blame Twitter, yeah, and to a certain extent, WhatsApp. What else do you have? Telegram. Because students, they use that to communicate. They find that it's easier. Why? Because they don't want to have face-to-face conversation. They prefer short text conversations and Snapchats. I've never used Snapchats, okay? But I know a lot of people like to use emoji. All right. So most research on grammatical errors conducted previously are mostly concentrated on general English writings. So what this research intends to do is to study the academic writing of future engineers. Okay, it's not just academic writing. We also want to see, because at one time of the study, they have to go and join the workforce, which we call it as internship. Okay, so during the internship, they're also required to write reports. So we also want to study the reports from there, but we still put it under academic English with a little bit of, professional English. All right. Okay, so the literature review for the theoretical framework. We will use Universal Grammar by Chomsky. Okay, why theory of universal grammar? Okay, we like the idea that all human beings are born with a set of basic language structures in their mind, irrespective of the different language communities they belong to. Okay, Chomsky believes that children would not grasp the language spoken to them without much effort, quickly, if not for the basic set of subconscious rules in mind. So it's like inside us, it's automatic. We know certain set of rules related to language. Okay? So we have this idea that children are born to learn the language fluently. Okay, so according to Chomsky, language is innate and biological in makeup. Right? So this is supported by two concepts which are known as principles. Principles describe the generalities in languages, and the other concept is parameters. Parameters is more concentrated on the differences among human languages. Okay. I also like to use the ESP theory. ESP is very popular. It's English for specific purposes. It has also gone through some evolution. Now we also refer to it as language for specific purposes. Okay. This is, the proponents of ESP would be Dudley Everett and St. John, and also Hutchinson and Waters. All right. So why ESP? Because according to Hutchinson and Waters, ESP is a form of language teaching that examines how people learn as opposed to what people learn. So we want to see the how, not just the what. Okay? So the present study or the research that is still ongoing. We want to expand this idea by defining ESP as a teaching tradition that is based on know what and know how. Learning experience that is enhanced by linguistic support. So universal grammar, ESP, it should be mutually supportive, right? And another theory that I will also employ will be content-based instruction by Snow and Brinton. This is a philosophical orientation that advocates the integration of particular content with language teaching aims and the learner's vocational and occupational needs as the basis for curriculum and material development. Okay? Okay, for the conceptual framework, we will employ surface strategy taxonomy by Dule et al. Of course, for ESP, needs analysis, we cannot separate ESP from needs analysis, vice versa. And for CBI, we will employ the target language embedded context by Graves. Okay, employers in many different career fields require students to have strong analytical and writing skills. So you can refer to the infographic, and this is from Courtney Kane. Okay, employers want strong writers. 73% of employers want candidates with strong written communication skills, right? And over the years, they have spent annually $3.1 billion on remedial writing training, which is a lot of money. Okay?
I'm sorry, but you have 5 minutes left for your presentation.
All right. So let me just speed it up. Okay. Right. So written communication demands several aspects. We want grammar to be accurate. The punctuation should be also accurate. Spelling, vocabulary. These are the nitty-gritty of written communication. Okay. These are the English communication needs among engineers. Okay, they just want, for the novice engineers, they want to be able to converse and speak fluently in English. And they also want a little bit of reading and writing skills in areas involving technical, business content, and daily life. Okay, workplace demand, employability skills. The industry expectations, these are according to Beck and Sanders. And the gap in studies, I've also mentioned that earlier. Hardly any research conducted on the importance of grammatical correctness, especially in science and engineering fields. And we want to propose a solution. Okay? Okay, what we learn becomes part of who we are. So before I go off, maybe I'll give you a very, okay, this is just for, how do you say it? Just to get some ideas, okay? What do you actually prefer as a student, right? Okay, let's see if I can get the, okay, please go to the chat box. Okay, I want you to go to the chat box. Okay, hold on. Chat box. Okay. Okay, can you do this simple quiz so that you know what is your preference? When you learn a language, what is your actual preference? Okay, so I'll give you 1 minute to answer the question. Okay, can you, sorry.
Sorry, Bu.
Can you see the link in the chat box?
Sorry, Bu. It seems that you share to me privately. Maybe you can just.
Oh, sorry, I shared
share
private.
to everyone. Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay, hold on. Chat is for everyone, right?
Yes.
Okay. So can you all see the link? So you have
Yes.
20 seconds to answer that. Wow. Okay, 9 seconds. Okay, done. Right. The next one. Next one is very simple. I think I can give you maybe 10 seconds to answer. Okay. Right. Oops, sorry. Sorry. Okay, can you answer this one? Okay, click next slide. Okay, I'm seeing one response. Oh, voting is closed. Hold on, let me open the voting. It's too short, is it? Okay, only 2% so far. All right. Okay, so I think maybe the time was too short, right? Was it? The 3% responded. Okay. 5% responded. 6. Okay. Okay, 9, 11. Okay, if I just, okay, I can sum it up. We have 10 people who prefers content-based instruction. Okay, opposing to 3 people who prefer the medium of instruction to be the, the other choice is to use language as the medium of instruction. Okay, it could be English, it could be second language. All right, for the previous one, okay, majority says that the curriculum should provide pedagogical adaptation to learner proficiency levels and skills. Okay, good. Oh no, sorry, the highest, the highest item, the curriculum views language as learned within a larger framework of communication. True? Should be the way. The curriculum should reflect what the larger framework of communication, what are the needs of the larger communication, framework of communication. All right? Okay, so how much time do I have now?
I'm so sorry, your time is up now, Doctor.
Okay, so I think that's it. That's all from me. I still have a few more slides, but that's enough.
Okay, yes.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Seria Smita, for a very nice presentation. In her presentation, Dr. Seria Smita highlight some of the common problems that students have. They have poor command of English as the second highest causes for the non-employability, right? So therefore, she also identified about the needs of the engineer students of their English communication. And also, she explored about the perspective from the stakeholders, what kind of engineer graduates actually they prefer to be accepted in the workplace. So therefore, finally, it's very good ideas to develop a very specific model for grammatical correctness in complementary with employability for science and engineering students. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think that we have around 20 minutes for question and answer session. So while we are waiting for the audience who are going to directly ask your question, you may raise your hand. Alternatively, you can just drop your questions in the chat room. Okay, while we are waiting for the questioners, there are some questions from the audience. The first is from Lutfiana to Ibu Ice. Dear Ibu Ice, in your view, how do you think a distance learning classroom should be evaluated? For example, in terms of instructor involvement, student engagement with e-learning, and so on. So basically, how to evaluate the distance learning. Do you like to respond directly one-to-one questions or?
Yes, I think I would like to further ask Ibu Lutfiana to explain what's the evaluation? Is it evaluating the whole program, evaluating the classroom, or evaluating the teaching and learning process? Which one actually? I'm not so clear. Can you help me?
Ibu Lutfiana, maybe you have...
Yes, Ibu Lutfiana, can you open your mic?
Okay, so... So maybe Ibu Lutfiana means to what kind of evaluation can be applied for distance learning, because she mentions about the evaluation of the instructor, the evaluation of the students, and so on. Or maybe you can specify to some of the important elements in which maybe we need to pay more attention in terms of the evaluation, because we don't have any clarification from the questioners.
Okay. If we are talking about evaluation, we are talking about objective, right? Evaluation is always about whether we achieve our objective or not. Whether it's evaluation about the program or evaluation in the classroom. If it is evaluation in the classroom, then we are talking about the learning objective. What is the big learning objective? And then how those objectives are achieved. And if it is a program, then again, what's the objective of the teacher using technology? And then the evaluation should refer back to the objective, whether the objective of using the technology achieve the instructor objective or not. And of course, if we are talking about teaching and learning, then does it achieve the student's learning objective? And again, when we are talking about evaluation, we refer back to the objective.
Okay, so I think that's very clear explanations. So think about the objective, and then it will, decide what kind of evaluation we can do during the process of the learnings. Okay, thank you, Ibu.
Yes.
And then the second question from Orlando Chavez Vera. Professor Khadijah, the technology divide is related to the socioeconomic and wide divide. Low-income students and aged teachers find it difficult to face with the challenge of the technology. What do you recommend for the educational authorities to address these issues?
I think this is what I also recommend to the authorities in Indonesian Republic and in our country, that actually Professor Safes, are you from the Philippines? I think Is he from the Philippines? Are you here still?
Mr. Safes?
Mr. Safes, are you still here?
Still here.
Oh, okay. Whether he is still here or not, my answer is that we cannot apply one fit for all principle, and especially at country level, in a country level or district level or province level, we have to do. We have to identify. We have to identify the need of a particular region, and the availability of infrastructure in a particular region. So we have to consider two things: the availability of the resources and the infrastructure. Then, after we identify the infrastructure and the availability of the resource, including teachers, intangible and unintangible resources like the teacher's competence, etc., then we look at the availability of the infrastructure. Then we will be able to help certain schools or areas properly. Without identifying their needs and their availability of resources and connection and infrastructure, I doubt that we can help them properly, because we cannot apply one fit for all principle.
Yes. Okay, so basically it must be based on proportional principle, for making sure that all the need in different regions can be fulfilled. If we try to,
and this is the challenge for bureaucrats to do.
Exactly. So we have
because
to
usually they like to have a big thing but forget the details. While in education, the details is more important.
Yes. Okay. And also maybe it's the same with the zonation in high schools and also for junior high school. It's really complicated because not all regions are ready with that. Exactly. So the authorities plays a very important role in order to overcome the possible difficulties during our online learnings. Okay, thank you, Ibu. So we still have another questions, still from Bu Ice. This time is from Pak Dedi. Pak Dedi, I'm interested in the utterances how to choose and how to use the technology as Ibu stated. It is a challenge for me as both a teacher and parents. How can you manage it? On the other hand, the learner's success depends on independent learner, as Ibu said. So maybe Pak Dedi is questioning about how to choose and use technology appropriately.
Yes, Pak Rudy, whether you are a parent, via your father, parents, or teachers, at this time we need to spend our time. We need to invest our time to search for what available in online. Yes, what available online. Whether the platform or a system, we need to learn them. We need to learn them in order that we can choose the most appropriate for our students. Now, the learning is not only from the result of research of other people. That's very important. But then, in our own context, we have to do our own research. We have to do our own research in finding out what can be the best platform, what can be the best technology that we can use for our children in school or at home. That's why I said parents and students and teachers need to learn together, in order that they speak the same language. They speak the same language. What sometimes makes students get bored in online classroom is that because the teachers speak different language from the students. It's not different language per se, not in literal meaning, but it's the jargon, the terminologies that the students use that we have to understand in order that we can communicate more effectively with them. This is very, very important. In order that they get motivated in our class, they are motivated to learn because we and them, they and us speak the same language. I think that's my answer. And I think there is another question from him too.
Okay. Pak Dedi, is that enough? So the key point is three parties collaboration between teacher, student, and also parents in this case. Yeah. We cannot imagine when we play our role as teacher, but also as a parent, very early in the morning. So how busy we are preparing for, especially for our younger kids, to be ready in online classroom. Okay, Ibu Icha, thank you very much for your clear response to all those questions. Okay, maybe ladies and gentlemen, the audience, if you still have more questions, either to Ibu Icha or to Zeresnita. We welcome for any direct questions. Please raise your hand if you think that you want to speak directly to our presenters today. Okay, now I would like to move to Ibu Zeresnita. Ibu Zeresnita, if we are looking at your problem statement of your research, okay, so the basic problem is that students have poor command of English. Could you please elaborate how poor their English command is actually, so that finally you have the ideas to develop the models of English teaching in which maybe can fulfill the requirements from the workplace?
Okay, in answering that question, actually, when we look at I'm talking about written English, okay, I cannot comment much on the verbal communication because my research is on written communication. Okay, well, based on our own experience, students, they tend to make according to Dule et al., okay, based on the surface strategy taxonomy, students have this problem with adding unnecessary items. That's one thing. And also omitting the necessary ones. See, it's like they can commit both or either one, right? And they can also misorder. Let's say, I want to eat. What is the cuisine in your place? In the center of Java, what is your favorite cuisine?
Amanduan.
Amanduan.
Yes.
So maybe they can say that, oh, I want to go out, Tamanduan eat. Not saying the correct order. There's a misorder. Okay?
Okay.
And they also misform items.
Okay.
Items like he, she, are.
Okay. So all are related to the grammar of English.
Yes.
The appropriate
all
grammar
grammatical errors.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So I think it's almost the same with our condition here in Indonesia.
Yes.
So even we are very struggling related to grammar correctness of this. Okay, Bu, that's very good response from you. And we have questions from Ibu Jamila Hanu. Doctor, you mentioned about TL, embedded context in your presentation, but I'm not really clear on that. So would you mind explaining here what are TL contexts?
Okay, TL context would be target language embedded context. Okay, this is advocated by Graves, 2008. She's a very popular person when you talk about language curriculum planning. Okay, according to her, this context, the target language embedded context, are specific, complex, and overlapping cultural, social, educational, and political context in which a language is learned either within or closely linked to the context of use. So when we talk about, say, a specific discourse community or speech community, you will find that people learn the language within a specific context. Okay, so this is what Graves have identified. She called them target language embedded context.
Yes, it's about target language and embedded context. Okay, thank you, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you still have more questions. However, we have a very limited time. And I think this is the last question, Dr. Zeria Snita, before we close the session. You have developed the new models for this, right? So my question is, what do you think about your model? Is it successful enough just to overcome all the problems that your students have? Sorry, Doctor, are you still muted?
Okay. Actually, within this model, we hope to get the model is motivated by a desire to compare industry needs with current engineering curricula to aid strategic departmental planning with regard to course offerings and course content. So it's like, we have to be always aligned with the industry needs. What are the demands at the workplace? Can our graduates cater to the demands? So we have to, this model hopes to encompass all these challenges.
Okay, yeah. So I think that's a very good idea. Thank you, Doctor, for your response. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, our time is up for this session. Let's give a round of applause to both of our presenters. Ibu Ice, thank you very much for sharing beautiful ideas and nice experience. And also our colleagues from UTM, Ibu Zeria Snita, thank you for coming to our conference. Someday maybe we need to learn more from your projects, what we have already done, and maybe if it's possible that we can adapt and adopt the model that we have developed to be used here in Indonesia. Thank you, everyone, and let's close this session by saying Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you, and I will pass back this session to the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Condro Nur Alim, PhD, and we also thanks to Dr. Ice Khotijah and Dr. Zeria Snita binti Mat Said. Before we break this conference, we would like to inform everyone here, the presenters and participants, that before we have the parallel session, the committee is informing you that you have to rename your display name, your Zoom display name, since if you don't change it, you will stay at the main room, and for your information, we have nothing in the main room. So we will do the next activities, the parallel session, in the breakout rooms. We have already prepared 6 breakout rooms to each the committee or the administrator or the operator of Zoom. We would like to ask you to change your display name, like you can see in the screen. Just start with R. It can be R1, R2 until R6 if you are listed in the in the schedule as the presenter of breakout room 1, for example. It is also for participants since you still use your real name, so we also recommend you to change your display name, and it also means that you are going to be grouped according to your display name. So if you change your display name with R3, for example, for participant, yeah, so we are going to put you in breakout room 3. So yeah, it is what we can explain to you. Hopefully it can ease the arrangement of the grouping process. We are going to start the session of parallel presentation at 1 p.m. Jakarta time, and yeah, hopefully everyone is ready in the breakout rooms. We are going to prepare, yeah. And by the way, we have also prepared 2 parallel sessions. The first parallel session will be started from 1 p.m. until 2, and then the second parallel session will be started from 2 p.m. until 3 p.m. And we kindly also inform you the attendance check, the link of the attendance checks on the chat room. And as you have already known before on the group, we have already informed everyone that the attendance checks for afternoon session with the feedback also is also prepared for everyone here. So that's all for the morning session of this international conference. Hopefully everyone get benefits from this event, yeah. And we thank you very much for your participation in this conference. Have a nice lunch if you are going to have it, and prayers if you are Muslim. So thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I send my PPT in the chat, yeah.
Thank you, Ibu Ice.
Yeah, just before I leave.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto telah mencatat secara panjang untuk mencapai unggul, modern, dan islami. Berawal dari Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Dukuh Walung Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Teknik dan Sains, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Program Pasca Sarjana, Program Profesi. Saat ini UMP terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Itu merupakan bukti UMP berkomitmen. Kiprah UMP sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi tidak diragukan lagi. Cita-cita untuk semakin mendunia telah dibuktikan dengan banyaknya kerjasama, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. UMP siap menjawab tantangan global dan tuntutan zaman dengan memberikan sarana dan prasarana yang modern dan berbasis teknologi. Hal ini tentunya mendukung UMP menjadi world-class university. Guna menunjang soft skill akademik dan non-akademik, mahasiswa UMP diberikan pelatihan keahlian BES, Smart, dan Sukses. Mahasiswa juga difasilitasi dengan unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM dan lembaga kemahasiswaan. Dengan mengedepankan kebutuhan pendidikan untuk menjawab tantangan global, UMP hadir sebagai prioritas Anda dalam memilih perguruan tinggi. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Anda tidak perlu ragu untuk melanjutkan studi di UMP, karena UMP hadir untuk Anda yang muda, unggul, modern, dan islami. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto telah mencatat secara panjang untuk mencapai unggul, modern, dan islami. Berawal dari Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Dukuh Waluh Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Teknik dan Sains, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Program Pasca Sarjana, Program Profesi. Saat ini UMP terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Itu merupakan bukti UMP berkomitmen. Kiprah UMP sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi tidak diragukan lagi. Cita-cita untuk semakin mendunia telah dibuktikan dengan banyaknya kerjasama, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. UMP siap menjawab tantangan global dan tuntutan zaman dengan memberikan sarana dan prasarana yang modern dan berbasis teknologi. Hal ini tentunya mendukung UMP menjadi world-class university. Guna menunjang soft skill akademik dan non-akademik, mahasiswa UMP diberikan pelatihan keahlian, BES, SMART, dan SUCCESS. Mahasiswa juga difasilitasi dengan unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM dan lembaga kemahasiswaan. Dengan mengedepankan kebutuhan pendidikan untuk menjawab tantangan global, UMP hadir sebagai prioritas Anda dalam memilih perguruan tinggi. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Anda tidak perlu ragu untuk melanjutkan studi di UMP, karena UMP hadir untuk Anda yang muda, unggul, modern, dan islami. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto telah mencatat secara panjang untuk mencapai unggul, modern, dan islami. Berawal dari Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Dukuhwalu Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Teknik dan Sains, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Program Pasca Sarjana, Program Profesi. Saat ini UMP terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Itu merupakan bukti UMP berkomitmen. Kiprah UMP sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi tidak diragukan lagi. Cita-cita untuk semakin mendunia telah dibuktikan dengan banyaknya kerjasama, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. UMP siap menjawab tantangan global dan tuntutan zaman dengan memberikan sarana dan prasarana yang modern dan berbasis teknologi. Hal ini tentunya mendukung UMP menjadi world-class university. Guna menunjang soft skill akademik dan non-akademik, mahasiswa UMP diberikan pelatihan keahlian, BES, SMART, dan SUCCESS.
Lumayan ya aku mas. Berapa yang belum?
Masih 26.
Pak Condro itu room ada mas?
Ada.
Pak Condro masuk room 6. Room 6.
Ya.
Kalau ada Pak Ambar masuk room 2. Tidak ada ya Ambar ya?
Belum. Pak Kris
nggak presentasi masuk ini. Settingannya agar bisa ini mas, semuanya bisa share screen, bisa nggak? Ini R6 timekeeper nggak bisa upload ke PPT.
Sudah Al-Fatih.
Sudah ya?
Sudah Al-Fatih.
Coba lagi. Sajian ini yang nge-share itu moderator atau timekeeper, karena biar cepet loh mas. Yeah. Tapi kalau seumpama ada trouble kayak gini, settingannya semua aja. Belum bisa.
Di room berapa itu Pak?
Room 6.
Ini sudah ada yang ini.
Sudah ada ya?
Sudah sedang share screen. Ya kan gantian harusnya.
Iya. Nanti mustahilnya tambah lagi.
Sure.
Kenapa di fenomena ini? Iya, room 6. Ini kami cek.
Sudah sedang join. Sedang ada yang share screen.
Ada yang share screen ya?
Iya.
Ini yang R3 moderator Indo sudah ada belum Mas? Ini malah moderator R3 malah jadinya belum lebih. R3
belum ada
underscore moderator Indo.
Belum ada moderator.
Berarti di luar masih yang itu masih di luar dia. R3 moderator Indo.
Tidak ada Pak. Belum ada.
Nah itu fokus dia masukin aja itu.
Oh ini baru masuk nih moderator.
Indo. Nah itu. Timekeeper ruangan 6 ruangan 3 6 atau 3 ya ruangan 6 Mas
siapa?
Sebentar R6 timekeeper R6 timekeeper dijadikan co-host ya R6 timekeeper nah itu dijadikan co-host mau dikeluarin dulu ya
nggak bisa sih Pak.
masukin lagi ya.
Nanti saya masukin lagi. Tinggal join lagi saja Pak. Di bawah kan ada breakout. Harusnya tadi timekeeper sama co-host masuk kita jadi ini gitu jadi tunggu-tunggu nggak masuk sih.
Muljannya coba di search ini Mas Muljannya di search di participant kan apa di PDF ini itu dia presenter loh Muljannya saya ingat nama itu ada di presenter Muljannya.
Oh, musim ini. Room 5.
Anu ini
nomor ini
R4
berapa lagi?
R4 timekeeper.
Berarti close ini ya timekeeper.
R4 timekeeper dijadikan fokus. R4 timekeeper. Dikeluarin dulu ya.
Udah.
Jadi di luar sudah ada yang kirim. Laptop update mas. Aku pernah jadi pembicara nganggo laptop yang lama nggak di maintain loh. Mau
Umur
itu apa namanya webinar pertama LDC pas lagi sesiku gitu dan punya uwer karena tak pakai buat merecord juga atau gitu. Recordnya bukan di cloud lagi
di lokal ya Pak?
Di lokal. Kacau. Saya belajar dari pengalamannya gitu. Jadi memang penyintas ya sudah sembuh ya?
Belum?
Udah pernah positif?
Pernah.
Gitu. Iya. Aku kemarin.
Tapi aku mau donor gitu, aku takut ya. Karena aku yang takut jarum suntik, lah nggak terrespon.
Aku kemarin masuk isolasi gara-gara ibuku yang positif dan kritis mas.
Gimana isolasi?
Di Sidoarjo. Jadi prosedurnya sekarang itu pasien positif yang kritis harus ditemani ini, harus didampingi
satu gitu ya.
Nah di ruang isolasi gabung dengan penderita positif yang yang lain. Aku sih lah jangan lalas dilalas aku selesai, ibuku meninggal, terus aku tanggal 9 Juni kemarin, terus aku di antigen, alhamdulillah negatif. Seminggu berikutnya saya ngambil kakak saya di TKP, itu udah 14 hari masih positif. Mbak ini yang dampingi ternyata belum di rapid kan, belum di rapid, kan masih tanda tanya kan. Akhirnya tak bawa pulang semobil itu sama saya, tak bawa pulang ke Sidoarjo. Di rapid test di sana temenan positif. Aku rapid mami mas, bilangnya negatif mami kok. Kayaknya dampak ini apa ya? Udah divaksin apa ya? Baru sekali sih.
Vaksin emang itu pencegahan banget sih.
Iya. Jangan langsung isolasi
jadi
ya.
antibodinya langsung terbentuk kayak gitu.
Kamar mandi satu tok, tempat wastafel satu tok kayak gitu. Tapi aku tentang ini apa namanya hand sanitizer banyak banget. Aku juga izin mau almarhum itu dulu. Mak, aku setiap ngemek minuman aku sudah gitu. Itu masih sugem. 1 hari, 2 hari, 3 hari pertama. Malam apa ya? Malam Senin sama malam Selasa itu nggak tertolong. nggak pakai ventilator sih, double pakainya loh, pakai mask yang ini sama yang masuk hidung gitu, itu nggak kuat.
Itu di ruang isolasi rumah sakit gitu
Rumah sakit itu juga lantai 4, rumah sakit baru tapi gede gitu. Karena aku 3 minggu ini nggak masuk, 3 minggu mending lebih saya itu, dan alhamdulillah udah 3 kali rapid
negatif ya.
Semua, gimana sama istrinya mas waktu itu?
Istri negatif, aku positif.
Isolasi nanti
di rumah.
Sama istri.
Iya. Kamu mau di apa namanya, di yang mana nama, di apa ya, hotel itu. Sedangkan anak 2 masih kecil semua, kayaknya nggak mungkin ini. Kebetulan mbahnya juga lagi pada sakit, jadi ya udahlah aku positif, tapi kan beberapa nggak ada gejala, membaui rasanya itu. Aku juga kalau pagi sepedaan kayak gitu.
Dan ini ya, pulih sempat hilang ya mas rasa ya?
Enggak pernah.
Ya.
Aku nggak pernah hilang rasa, nggak pernah hilang penciuman.
Itu berges dikit ya gitu ya?
Gerges juga nggak pak.
Ya.
Wong aku cuma iseng, waktu itu iseng rapid reaktif, laporanku UMP suruh di swab kan, swab loh positif ya gitu loh, padahal aku gak ada rasa apa-apa. Saya sama Mas Wildan Humas kan bertiga, aku, istri, Mas Wildan. Istri negatif, aku sama Mas Wildan positif.
Waktu itu masih jarang ya.
Iya.
Yang parah kan sih gitu mas ya.
Iya, yang Delta katanya ini ya, varian baru.
Meninggal tuh jam 10 baru. Nah, RT itu perlu sih aku ya, baru diungsikan tadi.
Banyak banget.
Nah, itu dulu mikirnya ini paling apa, penyakitnya orang liya gitu. Oh malah orang-orang dekat sendiri kayak gitu. Dan ibuku sehat, usia memang 76 ya.
Tapi sehat ya gitu kan?
Enggak punya penyerta, enggak punya penyakit penyerta, dia orang 4 gitu.
Nah itu keluhannya apa pak kayak gitu?
Ini sesak nafas. Hari Jumat pagi habis subuh itu udah sesak nafas, udah membiru gitu bang ya. Terus akhirnya dibawa ke IGD rumah sakit kan nggak terlalu jauh.
Itu kebanyakan yang sekarang itu gagal nafas ya.
Iya.
Kebetulan oksigen juga sekarang lagi susah banget.
Biar semua itu kebanyakan panitianya. Sama kayak apa?
Iya.
itu dicari di shop itu mas, yang paling atas itu Masha Fitria Dive.
Ini
Dicari di itu di sini.
belum masuk. Oh, Masha.
Kayaknya mau bukan kesulitan ini. Kayaknya ada yang ditutup ya, PI yang masalah itu.
Masya. Bisa. Berarti.
Ini Faisal Amir.
Iya ini. Oh ini ya.
Faisal Amir. Oh itu ada kayak ini yang berikut room 6. Ini ya.
Iya.
Itu room 6. Fauzia Hasna.
Fauzia. Ya udah semua mantul. Itu biasanya udah ya tak kenal gitu.
Karena kalau yang presentasi yang ini ada artikel mas kecil.
Siap tuh kayak gitu.
Ini kurang dari itu bagaimana ini? Saya mati dia.
Tunggu sarung tangan jum tuh di. Nang SHR tuh loro. Masuk kan nanggung dari Patiri Wahyu di telepon juga Patiri yang SHR juga pasti tuh gue ya kena main foto gue nyanyi di printer orang lopot tangan itu si Cina paling selalu ibu
Tak pesan tangan montur. Ini ya betul.
Wah yo ya kenal lah. Orang mekanik gitu. Jadi kayak dia lah. Wajib di WA. Yuk posisi kebalik. Apa sih? Error apa nih sih? Engineering lah, error apa sih?
Ini inayah belum seperti bukan inayatul makna ya. Kalau inayatul makna di situ sih itu ruh makna sih, tapi kalau inayah itu inayatul makna ya.
Iya.
Ini loh apa namanya? Partisipan bukan presenter. Kalau Rian ke Rian itu masih mana? Rian ke
Nggak ada.
Rian ke Rian sudah dicari.
Sudah tadi nggak ada.
Sri Haryanti.
Nggak ada juga, Pak.
Satu lagi Yulia Intan.
Nggak ada.
Nggak ada. Tinggal kalau ada yang udah berubah tinggal dimatikan aja. Ini yang Elsa itu dari tadi masalah koneksi dia udah masuk room 1, loadingnya lama gitu.
Festival. Telepon. Lebih tewas itu sih kotak. Itu telu kan. Yuk. Tak perantau film. Karo Andi, aring S hardware, apa aring Crispo, tuku sarung tangan, kuat juga tuku nih gue nanti dan printer jadi orang blok tangannya. Ya sarung tangan mekanik kayak itu nang Crispo kan. Karo Andi ya. Kuat jajal nang Crispo komplek Raja Wali, nego tuh Crispo ya anu S hardware. Takon bae sarung tangan montir mekanik gitu. Ya kau kirim pusat. Andi ngenteni yang kene. Yo, wis. Tunggu niku. Ketik ora mari kok. Wah, aku nyuwun ngarep mami.
Kayak sarung tangan pasang.
Yang paling ngongkos tahu ya. Kos tahu tak sirap karet ya.
Tapi tuh kan salah tuh kuat gitu.
Ya wis kulisan. Tapi kan ke jaketan.
Oh iya.
Ya mbok jaketan sing kayak rumen kanane pada ketik sih. Yo wingi boli kok kumbone panas tangannya. Ya mbok. Tapi kan emang kanene ora bersentuhan kan kene yo. Kayak kie bangsane zero. Mumpung nikmat banget turunnya. Tapi bilang maksudnya lali dia kesel kedike waktu itu rumah. nemplek lari mesi lah, sing anyes lari apa lah, sing anyes kan iya iki. Sih, itu bicik ya rembuk kok.
Lincah lagi jadi lagi dorok betul dia bisa lagi
Kapleng laju.
ini kemana kayak permintaan lagu orang entah nama aku kan dari tantang
Dewean di pamer apa kepriwe Mas?
ya berarti si cemani masih datang kan? Ini sudah dijelaskan tapi programnya
karena belum diri kan jadinya belum di tidak kemana itu.
kalau di situ backgroundnya kelihatan nggak sih?
Kelihatan tuh.
Karena di luar tadi kan
Tinggi. Soalnya kalau backgroundnya full dikeliatin, bunur jauh ya kecil.
nanti masuk presentasi
Ya monggo kalau mode itu ya agak kecil. Kalau di zoom ya kelihatan sebagian.
Paralel juga sih. Kalau yang penting suaranya jauh nggak apa-apa, tapi lebih estetis ambil yang ini. Yang ini kan PowerPoint-nya sama suaranya ya. Tapi yang kalau mau di zoom kan juga bermasker. Mau mobilitas
enggak maksudnya biar ini kelihatan gitu
biar ini berarti menjauh aja. Zoom out.
Soalnya kalau tadi dulu kan dulu di sini biar kelihatan tapi kan pastinya nggak kelihatan itu
Iya,
loh.
jadi di sini apa aja.
Soalnya laptop saya nggak bisa sih ini displaynya
Itu sama juga.
kameranya udah nggak jalan.
Dewa jadi ya belum lah. Kalau ada duit jalur mana rekening tak transfer Mbak transfer saja ya.
Ini transfer
Langsung ringan apa?
ini langsung cepat mengalami satu kontak langsung
Lamun anak sarungnya orang mana
duit kelas
nyambut punya kertas. Isi ke baik lah transfer. Wahyu jelas soalnya serem genora.
tahun ini menjadi orang
Nggak tahu kayak foto dicakoni jadi itu ya gue
dia tahu karena semua ini dari aku dari otomatis sebenarnya dia apa emang mau di sini
oh gitu.
kenapa
Gitu.
Halo semua, ketemu lagi di channel Rekam. Pada kali ini kita akan melihat penampakan dari KX 230M dan KX 140 Thailand, dan kita akan mendengar suara dari kedua motor rekam adik kedua ini ya. dengar suaranya. Dia penampakan kali 230R seri adventure. Nah, jadi kita akan mendengarkan suara dari KLX 230R dan KLX 140 appelan ini ya. Langsung saja kita dengar suaranya. Nah, langsung saja kita nyalakan KLX 140 telan ini ya. Kita dengar suaranya seperti apa.
Koman.
Nah, selanjutnya kita dengar suara dari KLX 230R. Siapa langsung saja kita nyalakan. Langsung kita start. Langsung kita tes dengan suaranya seperti apa.
Dan ada Mas Christian ada.
Dalam lagi mau anak yang dirubah kan.
Langsung saja kita masukkan KLX 230R-nya. Cukup suaranya yang cukup mantap sekali. Suara ganas, power dapat, semua mantap. Nah, jadi jika ada saran atau komentar apa yang konten apa lagi seterusnya yang harus kita coba buat, silakan komen.
Demam, sakit tenggorokan dan lemas berlebihan. Jangan abaikan gejala. Tanya ke dokter terpercaya. Kenali lebih cepat, tangani lebih tepat. Chat dokter sekarang.
pecah hilang terus apa ya sobek itu gak
namanya ya terus lebih di sini lagi sudah masih di mana ya kayak siapa temenan maburang di banyu ya kayak temenan lah berarti banyu bangker pun
Terus sarung tangan ini kayak apa? Kayak
ketemu siji
kayak apa sih?
ya sarung tangan
Dia gedung sarung tangannya kami. Sementara teh Benang-benang.
oke
Mereka tuh makan.
iya
Apa? Apa? Apa?
terus nyawa itu kok orang ngerti yo ngomong gue
Belajar sama aku.
bocor tapi ada sing karet iki
Nanti laptek tuh ya,
laptek cepet soek
Iya.
kayak bahannya kayak gombal lah ya kan. Nah kayak gini jadi kayak gombal
Tapi anti saya tadi.
kayak gombal tapi dilapisi kayak karet kudu bahannya murni karet dia kan enggak kayak nanti orang kan kayak gombal ini kan bahan tapi di so gitu loh menolak tembus cairan sih
Tuh habis itu.
Duh, gue pergi ke pun garam uang cair ini
Apa bilang namanya?
nang farmasi
Oh, kan yo cairannya yo.
kayak guys bude kan kenal pot
Yang saat tangan itu.
gak terus awak kayak gitu lah ngomongin sarung tangan montir mesti ngerti kan
Potong film itu.
iya terus dia kan wajibmu dicek anggur wajibmu dicek gue tetap sarung tangan misal duitmu kurang pira notane via transfer bisa bener
Iya itu.
orang ngasih 50.000 siji tuku telu nyong koe anjir yakin keding buktinya tuh salep itu gue pedih ya pukul gatel banget juga ya rusak banget tangannya juga
Ya wis dong. Takon.
Kenapa?
Makanya orang itu
Enggak sudah ini nomor tren itu.
Itu memang ya.
Cuci motorku malam bulangan gitu. Wajah, oh iya, nah. Atau di pub bensinnya.
Ya, itu dia Pak.
Tergantung ini sih, timekeeper. Apa? Hah? Apa? Tak Sherlock ya, tak Sherlock. Nggih. Betul. R5 atas nama Nur Faida sudah dimasukkan, cuma dia belum klik join, Pak.
Meeting online yang sudah kunci biasa seperti biasa gitu ya. Dan ini moderator kita ini ya, sama rusak ya. Kalau ini buka dulu aja. Cuma ini kayu ya, kayu balut ini otomatis si kayu ini akan menahan pelek dan itu bagian pakai gagang ini dan pakai pipa. Kalau pakai pipa kan akan lebih panjang, lebih gampang. Lebih gampang gitu ya. Kalau mau ganti ini kompas bersihin gitu. Oke, kita pasang dulu ya. Untuk cara mengencangkannya, ini pakai papan lagi
sekian dulu video dari saya, semoga bermanfaat untuk
Iya, gue bahannya apa? Biasanya empuk. Apa? Gue warnanya gue drop. Gue sing next sing ireng bahannya kayak apa di?
Yang baru mas.
Iya, iya kena gue. Iya gue ya kena. Ya. Gue ukurannya apa anjing kok tunggu sing cilik. Kalau saya gue. Terserah 5 ya kena. Gue openg plus sing diselanang Wahyu kon tuku maning. Sisan gawe pengajuannya. Dia sing anyar kok nggo dewek iki. Obeng Min sing Jawa. Iya, sing biasa dawa kayak sing abang, sing plus. Center yen di loro. Centernya sing LED, sing cilik, sing LED, sing cilik gue. Ngontori randa. Ngontori randa. Lala, elek. Sepatu ngunjicak Andi. Cawat ana ora cawat.
Condong dijadikan PO sih mas.
Condong di room berapa gitu Pak?
Condong di room 6.
Aduh, Pak Sondro masuk sendiri tadi ya, berarti kita nggak.
2000.
Kalau masuk sendiri nggak. Coba Pak Sondro suruh ke ini dulu Pak. Nopo ke main room dulu, berarti live breakout dulu Pak. Piraan. Ora duit. Yuk takokna kunci sing wolak-walik yuk. Kunci krek sing wolak-walik. Ya bisa nggo ngiwe, bisa nggo nengen. Masnya ngerti lah. Jane kunci apa lah? Kuncinya gue nek diklik bisa aring kiri, klik aring kanan. Ana setelane go biasanya ngendori baut main cepet sing muni kret iki. Kunci wolak-walik lah. Gagangnya garap kayak gagang kunci sok tapi bisa molak-malik. Nah, iya gue sing kayak kue krek-krek tapi nah iya kayak gue sing gede ana yo, sing gede. Biasa sing gede tuh putih tok, biasanya meling tok orang nana plastik kayak. Kayak gue hah? Oh. Iya bener ya gue tapi sing gede, gue kecilikan. Orang gue nggak pribadi nggonku sih nyok titip. Center ranana center.
Suka mas. Pemain Pak Contoh.
Dela lagi ngode. Ya sudah Pak, tak masukin ke room 6 lagi. Pak Sondro suruh ini lagi Pak, join breakout lagi. Kepriwen di? Iya kayak gue, tapi kan gue seset lah, nyong wis duwe kok dari kurang gagang pro. Nyong lah nyong wis tu matane wis pada duwe dari kurang kunci gue netro. Waterpass. Kurang wa ora kuat gue buka roda di road anu baut gede ora kuat. Waterpass di menit lah ngomong-ngomong. Sing cilik gue pira regane cilik. Sing paling cilik pira regane. Sing biasanya sing abang-abangnya nama neta gue. Sing 77 ndi? Sing abang bae ndi? Ringkes digawa, nggo pranti masang ibok. Men ora menceng-menceng. Iya. Meteran. Sepatu boot. Sing 5 meter bae paling cilik paling murah. Sing 3 meter apa pira? Pira? Ora apa-apa lah. Pira regane? Gue anggar sing anu meteran disurung pira, meteran disurung ana rodane. Ya ngemben bae. Sing 5 pir. Ya wis sing 5 meter ya kena, sing 5 meter. Wah. Gue topi sih nggak dikeplaki ya. Apa mana yang kok disit dalang di shootingi kabeh nyempengin delang barang-barangnya apa bae. Terima. Tapi duwe wis to. Tam potongnya cutter sing apik kandel. Cutter. Sing besi. Cutter sing biasa bae sing wesi sing apa? Piraan gue. Atom tapi ya. Kandel apik dicekel wantik. Ngesuk maning lah. Siji ya kena di, siji bae kena di siji ndi, siji. Ya. Dari center. Dari center. Iya. Nek ana sing apik tuku bae. Berarti repost oke ya, Pak. Ker Borong internet. Bor baterai sing impact ana ora? Impact baterai. Impact kudu lah, kudu. Ngomong bearing masa impact ini, impact sing baterai cordless. Ngomong plus raimu. Iya sing cilik. Aja santer iku Jon, santer senang das. Kegeden gue, ngesek-ngeseki. Awet tuh. Aja sing kegeden. Sijine pira gue? Aku kena impact regane pira di impact ndi? Iya. Ya ngesuk maning. Iya impact kayak gue. Impact sing baterai. Impact baterai. Takon rega disit. Kulkas apa gue? Sing ngombo kaki baut-baut iki gue. Angger sing abang kae sing abang. Sing abang gue ngarepe gue sing abang gede gue ngarepe abang gede gue apa gue lagi ya gue. Gue pira sing gede abang niki. Sing abang su. Gue ngarepmu. Gue mbok engko jodone ring kunci sok apa udu sih? Itu gue mbok nanti ke ring kunci sok bisa apa ora sih? Pira mas, gue mas. Ya. Gue kok gawe batu akik. Garansinya primen gue. Baterainya beli pira? Wis 1.200.000. Emang harga normalnya pira? Oh, bagusnya. Satu. Mereknya Crispo berarti gue ya? Torsine pira gue torsine? Gede ora? Anak koplingnya ora gue anak koplingnya. Maksudnya kita ketika pengen menyesuaikan cuma sekian tekanannya otomatis ngelos dewek loh. Biasanya kan bor-bor juga nasing gue mas. Iya, langsung kayak gue kayak ngelos gue lo kayak ana ora gue. Orang ana settingannya ya. Berarti fix ya. Ya wis lang kok disit lah. Gue bae wis liyane anu sing mikir wis dijoti bendi. Takok nanti. Alat cuci mobil sing paling murah pira? Kayak ngapa raine? Kayak ngapa bentuknya? Di ketuku klambi sing putih-putih men ora gatel, Di. Wattnya berapa, Mas? 1000. Garansi berapa tahun, Mas?
2 4.
Matanya kayak ngapa, Mas? Semprotannya maksudnya semprotannya, John. Model dawa apa kepriwe ya yune kok di kuwi ngomong kayak gue ora gatel kayaknya ya. Nah, gampang soak lah. Anu semprotannya kayak ngapain di mata semprotnya, coba lihat. Bisa nitik ora, Mas? Sebar bisa, fokus bisa ya. Gue matanya udah loro gue apa, Mas? Pira regane gue? Anu diskon ora, Mas? Tiga persen. Berarti pira? Ya jadi paling 1.30.000-an ya. Telung persennya mbok 30.000. Kan not kayak miki pira semprotane ketemune 1.65 juta. Kue sing paling cilik buatnya, Mas. Ini sing gede pira kuwi regane yo? Larang ya. Yes, sing gede pirang buat gue. Buatnya pira ndi? Ya anjlok nggonku ya. Nggonku 1.300. Ya wis lah alat-alat gue disit ndi lah. Ya. Yo, oke. Pripun? Ini room 3. Ini 53 tulisannya. Salsabila.
kan balik lagi ke main game.
Ya nggak apa-apa, biarin aja Pak. Nanti kan ketika selesai semua close room balik lagi.
Bener aku.
Iya kayak gila. Yang pengen nyuruh tahu kan? Oh caranya.
Kalau saya tentang staf motoran tak.
Ya ora apik lah ngomong motoran lah boy.
Ora apa sih.
Iya gue nepal kau.
Sebelumnya sarung tangan
Kan ngomongin Jawa. Set.
Enak bu?
Kita anjur ya.
Iya. Nampung. Kita kenal sih.
Kamu kan sore mau dandanin motor.
Terus nggak bisa di sini
Lagi? Kan mikir apa bilang Bro?
Itu nggak motoran tanya gue. Itu yang mau
Pantai air. Dia naik kuburan lecet ya, tangan gores ya.
Iya orang blokok lah intinya. Itu apa sih?
Galdino digawa nunggu nasa teko.
Motoran.
Ya sih. Ya, ngelau kan nunggu mekanik.
Iya. Tapi yang ngomong itu ya tahu. Jadi
Gitu, bilang lagi nyuntik lagi ngapa.
kenangan banget. Itu langganan masuk biasa.
Assalamualaikum.
Oh, biasanya kan kenangan.
Assalamualaikum. Nggih, Pak. Pripun Pak Budi? Ruang kuliah untuk fakultas mana, Pak? Satu UMP kalau dipresentasikan ruang kuliah yang memiliki presentasi internet sekitar 80%, Pak. Nggih. Nggih, Pak. Sudah ada akses poinnya semua. Nah itu saya kurang tahu Pak, nggak pernah ikut raker soalnya, jadi tidak pernah tahu targetnya seperti itu Pak. Nggih. Nggih. Jadi nggak tahu targetnya. Siap. Nggih Pak. Capainya 80% hanya beberapa titik yang di gedung F sama sastra saja Pak, tinggal Pak. Sastra. F yang lama Pak, yang sebelah lapangan badminton. Nggih, wetan. Nggih, betul. Yang di sini. Iya, sastra lantai 2 F. Yang lainnya sih minor-minor semua. Paling ya jangkauannya kecil saja. Sudah ada tapi sinyalnya kecil gitu. Nggih. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang banti gores. Gitu, gila. Emang sepi sekarang. Ya paling orang kok anu ini apa ini? Latex, tuku latex sedus.
Iya betul.
Aduh nyoba itu karena kan semua dari itu sih karena tak lah.
Sekarang kebetulan
tuku. Penting barangnya ketonang kono, gue ini.
Oke, itu gue loh.
Ya nek sih kok paling hanya sekedar kotor nih, nek kotor sih ramah gatel lah gue kok bro. Padahal sih seminggu mani garap sedina tuh wis gatel nih, dia mau rusak banget gue. Dikepiki sewengi.
Ini dong napa ikut di situ apa?
Iya, cok nangkap di depan itu ngesuk kita kawan sih.
Kita kawan sih.
Iya, ngesuk penting pas nih dong naik kita barang.
Kan aku mau pengen Mas.
Hah?
Nak makanan nak siapa punya?
Yo ngesuk, waktu koran sampai TK. Ngesuk banget. Yang bulan lokasi sangkarannya ada ceklam.
Semua dicikut.
Nopo sayang, dengkulnya pun mantul, dengkulnya. Dengkulnya, bajunya baru apa ya? Bajunya baru kok. Ini papa ngambil.
Kedua kan nyapu. Sama juga ngasih perhitungan kan di situ. Belajar di situ. Mana kan buku dong. Kamera harus buku jawab. Mungkin kok buku dong ngomong. Bang. Musik itu telepon.
Musik.
Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Duku Walong Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Teknik dan Sains, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Program Pasca Sarjana, Program Profesi. Saat ini UMP terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Itu merupakan bukti UMP berkomitmen. Kiprah UMP sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi tidak diragukan lagi. Cita-cita untuk semakin mendunia telah dibuktikan dengan banyaknya kerjasama, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. UMP siap menjawab tantangan global dan tuntutan zaman dengan memberikan sarana dan prasarana yang modern dan berbasis teknologi. Hal ini tentunya mendukung UMP menjadi world-class university. Guna menunjang soft skill akademik dan non-akademik, mahasiswa UMP diberikan pelatihan keahlian, BES, SMART, dan SUCCESS. Mahasiswa juga difasilitasi dengan unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM dan lembaga kemahasiswaan. Dengan mengedepankan kebutuhan pendidikan untuk menjawab tantangan global, UMP hadir sebagai prioritas Anda dalam memilih perguruan tinggi. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Anda tidak perlu ragu untuk melanjutkan studi di UMP, karena UMP hadir untuk Anda yang muda, unggul, modern, dan islami. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto telah mencatat secara panjang untuk mencapai unggul, modern, dan islami. Berawal dari Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Dukuh Waluh Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan.
Bu Fitri udah siap?
Fakultas Agama Islam. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Fakultas Teknik dan Sains. Fakultas Pertanian. Fakultas Psikologi. Fakultas Farmasi. Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Program Pasca Sarjana, Program Profesi. Saat ini UMP terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Itu merupakan bukti UMP berkomitmen. Kiprah UMP sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi tidak diragukan lagi. Cita-cita untuk semakin mendunia telah dibuktikan dengan banyaknya kerjasama, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. UMP siap menjawab tantangan global dan tuntutan zaman dengan memberikan sarana dan prasarana yang modern dan berbasis teknologi. Hal ini tentunya mendukung UMP menjadi world-class university. Guna menunjang soft skill akademik dan non-akademik, mahasiswa UMP diberikan pelatihan keahlian, BAS, SMART, dan SUCCESS. Mahasiswa juga difasilitasi dengan unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM dan lembaga kemahasiswaan. Dengan mengedepankan kebutuhan pendidikan untuk menjawab tantangan global, UMP hadir sebagai prioritas Anda dalam memilih perguruan tinggi. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Anda tidak perlu ragu untuk melanjutkan studi di UMP, karena UMP hadir untuk Anda yang muda, unggul, modern, dan islami. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto telah mencatat secara panjang untuk mencapai unggul, modern, dan islami. Berawal dari Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Dukuhwalu Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis,
Cek. Ladies and gentlemen who are still in the breakout room, we'll be remind you to come back into the main. As the parallel session is over, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going into the next plenary sessions, which is the last plenary session, which will deliver by Mrs. Titik Wahyuningsih SSM Hum and Dr. Like Raskova Oktoberlina MED. And the moderator for this session is going to Mrs. Fitri Rahmawati SSMPD. Please be invited for our presenter today, Mrs. Titik Wahyuningsih SSM Hum and Dr. Like Raskova Oktoberlina MED, and our excellent moderator, Mrs. Fitri Rahmawati SSMPD. Thank you.
Okay, Bu Fitri, time is yours. Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to COTEFL 10. And I hope you are fine. And I hope you still enjoy this conference.
where I can say that from the number of participants who are still staying in this room, okay, I really hope that you still enjoy this conference, this great conference. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce my name. I'm Fitri. I'm from Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, and it becomes an honor for me to be a part of this great conference where COTEFL has reached 10th year, and inshallah there will be the 11th COTEFL, and it will be greater. It must be greater. And ladies and gentlemen, in this tour, I'm going to be with two beautiful and good speakers. The first speaker is Ibu Titik Wahyuningsih, Magister Humaniora, and the second speaker is Ibu Dr. Lieke Raskova Okta Berlina, Master of Education. And this session becomes the last plenary session of this conference. It means that it will be the closing presentation sessions, and it must be great. And every speaker has around 20 minutes to present her paper, and after that we are going to have Q&A session. So we get right on with it. Let me briefly introduce you to the first speaker. But before going further, I would like to greet our two speakers. Bu Titik, Bu Lieke, have you been with us? Okay. Okay, then I have got the first speaker is Bu Titik, and I've got her CV, and here I see a long list with much information and many achievements of the speaker. This beautiful speaker's name is Titik Wahyuningsih. She is an assistant professor at Faculty of Letters, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. She was born in Surakarta, October 12, 1975. She got her undergraduate degree from Gajah Mada University for English Literature, and her postgraduate from Gajah Mada University Letters. And she also has experiences such as Dean of Faculty of Letters in 2008 to 2013. She also has many research experiences, and I find 19 research here. And of course, it will be difficult, or it will be what is it? I will not, or I couldn't read this one by one, but two of them are about realizations, patterns of phonemic sound of Banyumas Javanese language and its speaker's character. And the second of them is traditional games as a teaching English media for children. Very interesting. I also find 18 community service experiences, and I just wanna read two of the first is literasi bahasa LGBT di sekitar kita, and workshop Batik International, Women Club, International Charity Bazaar in the Inter Expo Center, Sofia, Bulgaria. For information, Bu Titik was Indonesian teacher through Same Bipa Dikti program at Soviet University, Bulgaria in September 27, 2019 to January 2017. She also has book writing experiences. There are 4, but one of them is about Senyummu Bahagiaku, Memoir Kehidupan di Land of Roses. If I'm not mistaken, this book tells about Bu Titik's life story when she stayed in Bulgaria. And she also has many, 34 seminars for both presenter and participants. And there are still many information that's about community service, and others. Okay, but let's go directly to our session, ladies and gentlemen. Let us go to the first term. Ibu Titik is going to deliver an issue about of respecting humans and optimizing machines. To Bu Titik, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Fitri. Hello, good morning, everyone. It's still morning. Okay, good afternoon. Okay, good morning here means that we are still having high motivation to live our life during the day.
Morning.
And that too. Yeah, okay. It's very nice to be here before our excellent audiences. Thank you for being here from the morning. It's really a big appreciation for us. Well, at this very special occasion, I would like to entitle my presentation with of respecting humans and optimizing machines. Okay, now let's see the PowerPoint. Operator, please.
Operator, could you please? The operator may have Bu Titik to share the slides. Please.
Yeah, you are still waiting for some time. Okay, thank you. So here is my presentation. Well, next, it's a brief about me, and Bu Fitri has talked about it. So let's just continue with the presentation, respecting humans and optimizing machines. Okay, next. Well, so there are 3 points I want to focus on. The first is about the time of the era as the background of the discussion. And then the next is about the human. And the last is about the machine itself. And then, next. Yeah, let's flash back to what happened during the era until we come to the digital one today. Or, well, now we are during the pandemic era in which everything needs digital life. So, long time ago, we are living the mechanic life or the analog era. Then around 1970s, we came to automation and globalization, in which industrial economic to information happens, and we use computer widely. And we also have robotic process automation. Then we came to Industrial Revolution, or known as Industrial Revolution 4.0, in which we can find digitalization, artificial intelligence, cloud storage, big data, Internet of Things, Google Drive. So you can find things like Google Drive, online markets, Tesla, 3D printer. I believe that everybody here had ever had experience with e-market. So during this pandemic era, in which we cannot go anywhere, you just touch your screen and then you can get anything you want to buy. That's the online market that we experience today. We also keep anything in our Google Drive. Just when you join this conference, then you are asked to register. All the registration, all your data is saved in the Google Drive. Even we have 3D printer. So those are many things that we find today. Next. Well, that's not the newest thing. Now we even come to the Society 5.0. Well, this idea comes from Japan, in which they consider that it's a danger to have technology without thinking about human. That's why personalization is needed. Humanizing human with technology is the main key for it. So it's about how human uses technology, either in medical life, in business life, in economical life, and in education as well. So for example, you are sick or your family is sick, then you can consult to your doctors by having online consultation. You also can have telemedicine, for example, to cure your family. Next. Well, let's talk to education life. In education life, there are some strategies should be done so that learners can fit the era. Well, we'll think about human as the doers as well as technology to develop. And then, in order to survive, to live in the future, there are at least 3 main skills needed, namely cognitive skill, soft skills, as well as technology. So we have to combine these 3 into one. Then, okay, I will see what Prensky said about the human. So, in 2001, Prensky said about digital native and immigrant digital. So it's how he compares about they who just born at the time of the digital life and those who was born before. Digital native mostly was born between starting from 1985. So those who were born before 1985 is called immigrant digital. Okay, let's check then. What is the definition of digital native? Digital native is a term coined by Mark Prensky in 2001 to describe the generation of people who grew up in the era of ubiquitous technology, including computers and the internet. So as I told you before, it is those who were born before 1985. So if you are lecturers, I believe that some of you might be digital natives, but some others, the old ones, are not the digital natives. However, our undergraduate students, I believe all of them are digital natives because I believe that everybody was born after 1985. Then let's see the next slide. Yeah, so let's check. How is the life on the digital natives? So the digital native mostly depend on machine. So their life and death is on machine. So they get so depressed when then the electricity is off, for example. It happens, I can see that many of children got so bored when the electricity is off and they cannot play in the games. Means that it seems like that's the end of the life. So machine is the way how they are feel being charged. Not only that, they are happy and sad because of the gadgets too. They become happy or even angry because they interact with the gadget. And the interaction is mostly with the machine. Even at this pandemic era, in which students do not go to school directly, go to the building of the schools, but they study online, it means that they interact with the gadgets anytime. They interact with the machine. Let's go on. The next slide. Let's compare with this immigrant digital. Well, I believe some Indonesian audience here know who is the one here. Yeah, the digital immigrant is a person who has reached prior to the digital age. This individual, often the generation X or Xennial generation and older. They did not grow up with the computing or internet era, so they have to adapt to the new language and practices of digital technologies. Let's go on. So it means that there will be some changes, there will be some challenges happen when students and teachers interact at classes. Prensky argued that young people today are speaking a digital language. Yeah, they are speaking digital language, while teachers speaking an old accented language. So when teachers and students do not catch each other, it's because they talk different language. Well, it's just like what Bu Ice said this morning, yeah? Well, their accent being their reluctance to adopt new technology. He called a change in the way children are taught so that they may learn in a language they understand. Next. another challenge happens because of the different perception of norms. So, old man thinks about, for example, paying respect is like this. So it happens not only in Japan, as the picture here that you can find, it's how when they respect each other. Well, actually respect is not only from the younger to the older one, but actually respect mutual understanding too. Let's see next. Okay, it makes another challenge that technology integration is either a friend or a foe. Some online courses grow up, while some colleges get closed. So if you read some news, you can find that there are many online courses and they develop very fast. They even got so many students. But what happened with the, ordinary, or not, how can I say, the common colleagues that we have, the universities like we are, I mean, like what I experienced, like what I am existed now. We are not at an basically offline universities in which we didn't use online sources and others. We just do it face to face. Well, in this pandemic era, we make challenges. So we need to have new students, for example, but the students is far away, they cannot come. And if we do not develop our online courses, we will get no students. So it means that there will be even bankruptcy for some universities. Let's go on. Yeah, so let's see what happens at our classes. We can find this phenomena at the digital era. That in general, learners are skillful to use new kinds of application and new forms of technology. Remember, they are digital native. They were born after 1985, so they are very familiar with digital things. And then the rapid development of technology has made learners today comfortable with it. So it's not only because they were born at the digital era, even the conditions support that. So everybody use it for learning, for doing everything, for buying things, and so on. Their information and communication technology are wide, and they are motivated to be good users of new technology. While you can find here, wait a minute, we still come with the previous slide. So we can find that learners see computer-based tools as helping machine to refine assessment given to them. So say that a teacher gave exercises, I believe that students will check the answer through Google or through any other machine to get the answer. You think so? Yeah, so some learners trust on ICT even higher than their trust on the teachers. So maybe if you find any difficulties, you are hesitant to ask your teachers, but you prefer to Google, yeah? You prefer to ask Google, you prefer to ask any other sources, because you think that they are smarter. They can give right answer. They can give you more answers that your teachers can have. And then, that's why we need to consider about mutual understanding. The mutual understanding here is between the immigrant digital as well as the digital native. So it is the mutual understanding not only between teacher and students, but also student to students or student to their friends, as well as teacher to other teachers or teacher to their friends too. So there will be mutual understanding between them so that we'd like to overcome any trouble that we may find in having our classes. Next. Okay. So there are something to consider that is about respect. So there are many points to understand here. The respect here is how to listen to others, how to be nice to someone, how to offer help, how to pay attention to your teachers as well as to your students actually, and participating in the class. So whenever there are questions, then please try to answer, for example, or give response, and then include others to your group conversation, and you may share with your friends. So say that you have consult with Google, and then you can share it to your friends too. Don't forget there are 3 magic words they have to say: please, thank you, and excuse me. Okay, and there are many things that you can read later. Let's go on. The next slide, please. Yeah, well, actually I make it based on some norms that I believe. As I'm a Muslim, then I consider it from Quran Surat Ujadalah, verse 11. So it is mentioned that those who are believe, space yourself. Space yourself means we give chance to others. So when we are learning, we give space to others, means that we give chance to others, so that others get the space. We can sit together, we can learn together. That's what I understand from this point. Yeah. And then the other consideration is Quran Surat Al-Hujurat 13. It is about how we should know each other, because we are social creatures and we are created into male, female, and then nation, tribes, in which we have our own characteristics, we have our own specialties. That's why if we do not make any, understanding to each other, we will not be a good community. And then next, there are some facts that we also have to remember. The first, that even though we come to the digital era, emotional connection matters. Bond between teachers and students, as well as students to other students, is needed. But you have to remember also that not anyone is equipped with good facilities. At the beginning of the pandemic era, I found out that some students said that it's very difficult to get the internet access. I don't have any tool. My gadget is not support. My gadget doesn't support, and so on and so on. So there are many facilities that some of the students do not have. And not only that, even when you find digital native tool, not everybody is digitally literate. Yeah, so some still do not know how to use this media and things like that. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Well, let's see from other point of view on how to overcome. Let's see from the point of view of the teachers. Actually, we can find that teachers also use ICT skills for everyday and routine practices. I believe we have it, we do it for so many times, but only some apply ICT skills for pedagogical purposes. So maybe every day we can buy food by having online media, like online platform, but how can we use it for our classes? That's still a question. So the challenge for us is that keep learning, because you are never too old to learn. Next. So how can we come, both from the point of view of teacher and students? First, use the media that both parties agrees. So once I got student who suggest me to use this media, well, I think that's very nice, that's very fine. And then we discuss in the class whether other students agree or not. But some friends say that that's too big. The capacity is too big. We cannot access it because we cannot upload the media to our gadgets. And others say that it takes too much money, and so on and so on. So we have to have media in which everybody, at least everybody in the class, can use it. So that when we have that kind of media, don't forget to create interactive class. So when you have interactive class, it means that we do not have a kind of robot-to-robot discussion, but we keep on having human communication inside. How can we make it? We can have it by collaborative learning as an educational approach. So you can make groups, for example, in your class. You can work with your friends. So even though you are far away, you do not meet them, but you can, work together. So you can, for example, you can create YouTube together. So I also ask some classes to make YouTube recording. So what they do is that they make the PowerPoint, and some members of the group then include their voice recording into it. Then they combine it. Then they upload it into YouTube video. And another thing to remember is that having class is not only about academic scores. It's also about getting values in life. So don't forget to make meaningful learning in classes too. So it's not only that I know about something that in which I can get A, but I cannot solve anything at the real condition, but we have to make learning in which we can solve problems around us. And then at the end of the semester, maybe you can make reflection to improve the class. So you can get feedback from your students, for example. So by doing so, then you can see that maybe this kind of thing can be do for the next semester, but the kind of thing could be just stopped like that. And then next. Okay, there are only some examples. I hope that you can read it yourself. So, for example, I have some example of programs or application in which you can find for speaking, reading, and listening class, namely voice traders and tiny text. And then you may also have a portfolio called Mahara. By doing so, we have both personal learning environment and social networking. Remember, we have social networking here so that teachers and learners can meet there to share achievement. And I believe by having this kind of thing, we can have a more, mutual understanding as well as getting value in life. And if you want to find some books, you can have book browse. Okay, you can read it later. Next.
Saya take 1 minute more.
Yeah. Okay, we come to the conclusion. So, well, the conclusion here then will be from the point of view of human and the point of view of the digital things. Remember that digital things have changed things. So the time that there were nothing to do by using digital things, people have to work under the heat of the sun, for example. They have to be very sweaty, they have to work very hard, but when the electricity was found, then people think that everything became easier. Well, actually it's not because things became easier, but because the digital things help to change the life. However, you have to remember that human factor is an influential factor in digitalization. Even we can find the digital things, but without human as the drive to the digital thing, then nothing will happen. Next, technology integration is either a friend of a foe. Wait a minute, But remember also that we have to humanize the digital experience. We have to listen more, remember better, know more, and respect each other. And the last, you can find that actually when you use digital equipment, digital collaborates things at once to create innovation. So you find that, for example, I find a new platform, but this platform combine this old one and this one and those one into ones. That's why digital actually always collaborate to make a higher technology. It seems that we have to be like that. Means that we also have to collaborate with everybody. That's to unite different vision and understanding between teachers and learners in a context of optimization. Remember, respecting others become the main key for success. Okay, thank you very much. I think that's all I can say about this one. So there are many references to here. Thank you and see you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bu Titik, for your presentation. Exciting. And from Bu Titik's variations, like some points, and please correct me if I am wrong. The first is having technology without thinking can affect to humans' personalization, but in education, some strategies should be done so that learner can fit the era. And there are some problems or challenges we find. The first is young people today are speaking a digital language while teachers are speaking an old-sounding language, and their accent being their reluctant to adopt new technology, and different perception of norm between digital natives and immigrants digital. And the next point is technology integration can be a friend, but sometimes it can be a fool. And the last one point to overcome that issues are first, you use the media that both parties agrees, create interactive class, and collaborative learning. It is an educational approach that involves group of learners working together to solve a problem, complete a task, or create a product. And now we are going to the second speaker. Down for those who want to ask questions to Bu Titik, you can write the question on the chat box or wait after the second speaker finishes her presentations. And okay, the second speaker is Dr. Like Raskova Berlina. Hello, good afternoon, Ibu Like.
Hello,
nice to see you.
Mbak Fitri.
You're also beautiful, and I adore you much. Yeah, and okay, I got Bulika's CV. Again, I found a very long list, and I may need around not only minutes but maybe days to read that all. And okay, Bulika. She was born in Malang, October 25th, 1974. Her field of studies are English for young learners, phonology, BLT methodology. She got her undergraduate degree from Universitas Negeri Malang for English education and a master's degree from Monash University, Australia for TOEFL or English education. And she got doctoral degree from Universitas Negeri Malang for English education. And then I found some scholarships there. She also has some scholarships, Super Summer, Australian Development Scholarship, Indonesian Religion Ministry for Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia, the scholarship from that department. And she also has achievements, many achievements. Okay, one of the achievements is the best graduate of Universitas Negeri Malang in 1999. Oh, congratulations, Bu. Lulusan terbaik ya. And the outstanding students in her faculty in 1998. Okay, mahasiswa berprestasi ini jadi contoh ya. It can be a model for our students who are joining this conference. And here also, I find there are 147 seminar experiences. It's difficult for me to read all of them. And there are also 20 books or journal publication. One of them is Progressive English. And she also has professional activities such as becoming keynote speakers in some conferences. She also has research articles such as the teaching strategies in teaching local culture. And you also find professional positions. Two of them are the researcher of Max Planck Institute of Evolutionary and Anthropology, Germany in 2000, and the president of the Association of English Language Lecturers and Teachers of Indonesia, or ALIT, from 2017 until now. And I think this question is unreplaceable, Bulika, because I got the time to see Bulika when I joined a conference in UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim in Malang in 2019, where she became its president, and I saw her so energetic and so cool. Ibu, I miss your voice. You sang you sang beautifully at the time. Okay, really, I miss your voice, Bulika.
Thank you.
And Bulika is going to deliver an issue about from cheat to create. From cheat to create. Turn weaknesses into strength of EFL's distance learning. To Bulika, time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Ibu Fitri. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to say thank you to Muhammadiyah University Purwokerto for giving me a chance to be part of this conference. Thank you so much. I would like to ask your permission for sharing my PowerPoint. Okay. The topic that I would like to share to you, the title is about from cheat to create. Cheat to create. We want to turn the weaknesses into strengths of EFL distance learning. Talking about distance learning, to some extent, there is a marvelous blast we get from it, right? I think everybody enjoy our distance learning. How can we enjoy this? Because we get lots of blast because of this. The first is that now we don't have to get rushed in the morning. We can have breakfast together with the family. We can have breakfast with husband or wife. Actually, exactly not really breakfast together, but cook alone and eat together. That's what we usually do. We don't cook together, but we cook alone but eat together. And then during the pandemic or during the distance learning now, during the pandemic, we can cut all the laundry stuff. We don't have to wash lots of uniforms for going to the campus. And even at home, we can dress very minimalism. That's the way we dress at home during the distance learning. Very easy for our kids. And how about the situation before the distance learning or long before the digital era? Before the digital era, but if now during the digital era or during the distance learning, it's very easy for us. We don't have to get up early in the morning, right? When we have a class at 7, we can get up at 15 to 7. 15 minutes. Oh, it's 15 minutes to 7. Okay, you just open your laptop and wearing your jubah, even though you are still wearing your duster, so that's fine. Okay, the students will not look at it. But long before the distance learning, what happened to us is that we have to get up early in the morning. Oh, I have a class this morning at 6:30 or 7, so I have to get up early in the morning. And after that, you have to manage everything in the house. And when I was still in the college, I have to get rushed to get a public transport, something like that. Everyone is competing to go there. And it doesn't finish in that level. And then the public transport is stopped. You have to run to go to your campus because you are late in the morning. And you have to bring very heavy bags like this. You know that the students in English departments always bring heavy bag. Why? Therefore, some students, college students in my age, my time for me to go to college is about 1994, 1995. Our bag is always heavy. Why our bag is always heavy? Because we always bring these ones. We have to bring the Bible of English department. This is what we call as the Bible of students in English department. We have to bring the big one every day, even though it's very heavy from in the morning until in the afternoon. We have to bring this. But even though this is the heaviest stuff we bring in our college, but this is what saved us during the examination.
if during the examination and we can find dictionary, that's a big plus for us. But unfortunately, during the examination, no dictionary is permitted to use. I don't know in Ibu Fitri's era at that time when you are in the college, are you permitted to bring dictionary when you have an exam, Ibu Fitri?
Yeah.
Ibu Fitri, when we are in the college, when you are in the college and you get an exam, for example, vocabulary exam or reading exam, are you permitted to bring dictionary at that time?
Yeah. in the class, but not in examination.
We bring dictionary at all during the examination. Either this is reading examination, let alone vocabulary examination, and even for grammar examination, we are not permitted to bring any kinds of dictionary. In other language tests, such as grammar, discourse analysis, or phonology, we also cannot bring this during the test. And what is this? We cannot bring any notes during the test. If we have a grammar test, don't imagine and don't expect that we can bring this kind of notes inside the class. No notes at all. The question is, why can't we bring those facilities such as dictionary and notebook? Actually, we can answer it by opening the dictionary. I think it's good because we learn new words from it. But why can't we bring this? Because we are trained, the answer is that because we are trained to optimize our brain by focusing our mind into choosing the language, because we are not permitted to bring dictionary. We are not permitted to bring any kinds of notebooks because we want to train our brain to focus our mind into choosing the language. And the next question is, why do we have to memorize focus on it? Why do we have to memorize those words, and why do we have to memorize the patterns? When I still remember when I was in college. Okay, student, please pay attention. Present tense is subject plus verb 1. Question is do or does plus subject plus verb 1. So those are the explanations, and we have to memorize the patterns for every tenses, and we have to take notes of it. We really have to memorize it. The question is, why do we have to memorize it? The answer is because the brain is made up of cells called gray matter. And for bilingual or multilingual persons or experience, they will make the gray matter dance bigger volume. And this is the indication of a smarter brain. Let me continue with the explanation. We can see from this picture that the bi or multilingual brain is the smarter brain. We can see there are comparisons between the brain. This one in the left side is the brain with bilingual, and the right side is the brain of monolingual person. For monolingual person, for example, someone who only speak English, or someone who only speak Japanese, or someone who only speak Indonesian. So the red area is very limited. But for someone with bilingual capacity, for example, Spanish or English, or in our country, sometimes how many languages are we able to speak? The first is Indonesian, of course. Second is Javanese. And then some of you are learning Arabic. And then some of you are learning English. You can Javanese, Indonesian, English. We're not a lingual person. We are multilingual person. And for multilingual persons, the red area is bigger. It means that the volume of the brain is bigger when we learn more than one language. That is why the person who is bilingual or multilingual usually is much smarter than the person who is only monolingual. We can take examples, many people with multilingual, such as President Sukarno, B.J. Habibie, Desi Anwar, and some people with multilingual ability. They are very smart. Even our motivator, Mario Teguh, He is also from English department and he can speak more than one language, and you can see that his linguistic intelligence is very, very great. It means that the more language we learn, the smarter we will be. And then, in order to think, if we want to think, it must be based, we have to memorize the word and build on that information to create knowledge in our brain. We also exercise our brain with new words repetition, and then we continue it by practicing this. And those words that we keep practicing will be stored in our memory. Okay, eat. The next day, I use the word eat. The next day again, I use the word eat again. And finally, when it's time for me to speak, I just recall the word eat from my brain, and that is what we call language acquisition. So the more you memorize, the more you use it. So there are lots of storage in your mind, and the more acquisition, the stronger acquisition of language that we will get. And that is why during examination, we cannot bring this one and this one, because we want to strengthen our brain to use and memorize the language in order to be able to use it or to acquire that language. The question is, how can we apply this during distance learning? We know that during the distance learning, they don't use this one. They also don't use this one. During the distance learning, everything is available. You can use Google Translate. You can use grammar checker and everything. So how can we apply this system during the distance learning? Unfortunately, online learning lets students cheat freely and legally. This is the example of cheating. This is the example of cheating legally, as I said before. We can see that when students have difficulties in translating something, they just put them into the Google Translate or other platform for translating, and they just retype it again in their book or in their sheet. And this is the result of this. And also the effect of electronic dictionary. This is the effect of electronic dictionary. So they just use dictionary from the electronic media, and this is what happens. Don't mother think I'm not father. Oh, nggak usah mbok pikir, aku nggak apa-apa. In my time, this kind of mistake hardly happens in our college. But nowadays, we easily find this. Why? Because it's the effect of electronic dictionary that is easily used by people. And also we have the grammar tools. There is spelling and grammar checking tools, and many kinds of language facilities that we can get freely in doing our language exercise or assignment. My question is, when learners are asked to critically think and participate in discussion without knowledge, kalau saja anak-anak, kita levelnya sudah bukan berpikir lagi ya, tapi sudah critical thinking. But what are they thinking or discussing without having anything, without having memorized anything? We cannot think without remembering anything. Kita tidak bisa berpikir tanpa mengingat. If we can think, it means that this is the result of remembering. And memorization and its accumulation in our memory, it will create the ability to solve problems, critically think, ask questions, and create something. How can we think about something? How can we think and speak to solve the problems in English if we don't remember anything? You don't remember the grammar, you don't remember about the vocabulary, so how can you speak or think in English? The answer is impossible. This is what happens when we use when we use distance learning. The students are easy to do cheating, and even there are some applications for them to get the shortcut for them to do the assignments. And this is the phenomenon that happens now for English. English there must be input for learning English, and then from the input we have to memorize the input. Okay, we memorize the word, and then we focus on it, we use that words, and finally it is put in our memory, and after it is put in our memory, when we speak or we write, and then we recall it, and then after we recall it, and then we use it for thinking, after we use it for thinking, it will create acquisition. So this is the process of someone to get English acquisition. But how about this process? From the input, we get online English corrector. We also can get spell checker. We also can get language translator. We have those kind of facilities of platform for improving, for correcting our language. So we don't have to memorize. We don't have to focus. Because we don't memorize, because we don't focus, so there is nothing in our memory. And if there is nothing in our memory, how can we think? And if we cannot think by using those language, so of course, acquisition is not achieved. So based on this, the use of digital media does not automatically enhance the students' competence in English. I don't say that it does not at all enhance the students' competence in English, but it does not automatically enhance the students' competence in English. The problems that we have, that we face now, is that lots of cheating, which cannot be avoided during online learning. Our students are cheating every day. Okay, student, now please do this assignment about conditional type 3, okay, number 1, Lutfiza, number 1, Bella, please answer number 1. And then Bella was, okay, what number? Nomor berapa? Aku carikan jawabannya cepat, aku ditanya guruku. Lots of cheating which cannot be avoided during online learning, but it really occurs. And the goal of language mastery, of course, is not achieved. So this is a big problem for us that we have to find the solution. So what is the solution? I assume that these weaknesses is like the spot or some dirt in our wall. Sometimes we cannot clean up the spot like this, because we cannot get rid of the media. Media come in our surrounding for 24 hours in our surrounding from the time we get up in the morning until we sleep. So the media, the digital media is available in our surroundings. So we cannot rid of them. So what is the solution? If we cannot clean up the spot, so let's paint it. Kalau kita nggak bisa menghapus, ya udah kita cat sekalian. So it will be the solution. How we paint it. Change the cheats into create. Don't let your student cheat, because we use wrong assignment, we use wrong exercise, we use wrong learning activities that makes them easy to cheat. So change the cheat into create. Let the students create something, not cheating based on our learning. How? For example, use digital media for enhancing language mastery. For example, we can use the blog for writing. For example, here in our notes for the students, usually this is for basic level. Jendela is window, pintu is door, atap is roof, terowong asap is chimney. This is our notes, but it is not suitable for students who have access with digital. This is not suitable for students who have access with digital media. So use the visual media for mastering vocabulary. Ask students to make it. For example, ask the students, okay, students, please find a house, any house that you like, and try to find part of the house, and you try to find what it is. You can talk about the color, you can talk about the model, everything, okay? Please find the house that you really like, or maybe it will be the dream for you to have the house in the future. It will be very interesting for the students. And then about grammar. Instead of saying that, okay, for present tense is subject plus verb 1 and plus s or es, it means that we don't use our media for enhancing the students' language mastery. We can use it directly for expressing or describing about daily routines like this. The students can take a picture by themselves, and then they can put that pictures in any platforms, and then they arrange that pictures and give label for it. Okay, get up, do yoga, take a shower, have breakfast, brush my teeth, it will be more interesting. So they use the language directly. Or maybe to talk about the present tense, to talk about daily routines, they can use practice reading table because there are many kinds of reading, and students should be able to read the reading table like this, remote learning daily schedule, or they can write their own routine activities by putting that picture like this and pop up in their social media. It will be writing the picture will be more exciting for the students. Flow for daily routine. Time is up. Sorry. Okay. I'll make it fast. Okay? Continue. Okay. We also can use it for speaking, daily routines, going to the yoga, and also instead of doing this one is not interesting at all. So you can use Instagram and showing this. And instead of having writing like this, very not interesting, you can use the Facebook. And even speaking is very, very scary for some people. So let's use podcasts. You can use TikTok. Everyone like to be a star. And also how to check the pronunciation. You can record it and use pronunciation checker, and you can re-record yourself again. And you can express yourself. You can go anywhere. You can do experiments with this. And even you can practice your translation. You can practice explaining the grammar. In short, we can practice listening, reading, writing, and speaking. And what is the role of teacher? Teacher will be the motivator. Oh, that's good, ma'am. I broadcast my video in YouTube. Oh, that's excellent. I love it. Or teacher will be the facilitator. Okay, are you done with that, students? Okay, you have to pop up your video in YouTube next week. Okay, please make sure about it. So you check about it. And teacher will be the class manager. Make sure. And also teacher will be consultant and class. Okay, what's wrong with you? You never come to the class. Oh yeah, I have problems with my internet connection. Okay, this is what we have to do. So you will be the consultant for a class. By having distance learning, it is expected that the students will strengthen their enthusiasm in learning. And by having distance learning, the students will strengthen autonomous learning. And the last, by having distance learning, it is expected that students will get rid of the weaknesses into strengthening the language competence. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Bu. Okay, good applause to Ibu. Okay. And okay, let's get directly to the question and answer, Bu Lika. Sorry for the time. Okay, I would like to open or find the questions on the chat box. Okay, while waiting for the direct questions from the audience. Okay, and yeah, I haven't found any question. Okay, for the audience, okay, who want to ask questions to Bu Lika, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you, Bu Lika. Okay, you did very fast. Okay, for the questions, I open the questions, please. The questions, you may have a questions to Bu Titik and Bu Lika. No question?
I have question, ma'am.
Okay, Pak Faisal. Pak Faisal, please. The question for who?
I'd like to ask, not question actually, I'd like to expect suggestion from Ibu Lika.
Thank you, Pak. Faisal.
Yeah, Ibu Lika, that was a very great presentation. This is this one, ma'am. This is my first semester to teach online. See, I'm a newbie here. Yeah, my concern has been around how to encourage students to get involved in any online activities that we provide during during a lesson, because I found out that I think I have tried to, what is that, make use of, I think again, useful platforms, whatever it is, online platform. But to be honest, it has not met my expectation. Problems, not problems, obstacles like poor internet connection, what is that, limited time, and so on. So I'd like to ask for your suggestion how to cope with this problem for me. Thank you. Because I don't think others have problem like mine.
Okay.
Thank you. I do appreciate your suggestion.
Thank you, Pak Faisal. Thank you. Fitri.
Okay, thank you, Pak Faisal. Next, Pak Dedi. Pak Dedi, please, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Fitri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I think that I would like to ask to Mrs. Titik maybe. As Mrs. Titik said that about immigrant digital and digital native, I think that how can we reduce maybe the gap perspective between immigrant digital and digital native? Because I think that Mrs. Titik has said that immigrant digital and digital native, we have to overcome how to. But I think that how to reduce, how to minimize about the gap perspective. Thank you.
Okay, Bu Titik, you may give a response.
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Pak. Well, to minimize the gap between the native digital and the immigrant is that the immigrant should keep learning. So as I told you before that it's never too old to learn. Yeah, because we find that some people who think that they are old then say, "Alah udah tua ini, buat apa belajar?" Or some people say that because they are old that they cannot do things by themselves. They say that I'll wait for my children, let my children do, for example. Even for simple things like typing and others, I still find some people who think they are old keep on asking their sons, their daughters. So they are afraid of making changes or they are afraid of trying. While actually, the digital native is so brave of making changes. And to minimize is that the immigrants should learn because we come to the new place. The digital is, mostly are very good at it because since they were born, they have been good. They have faced the digital things around them. That's why the immigrants should learn. So the point is that keep on learning. Yeah. So by doing so that we can minimize the gap between the digital and the immigrant, the digital native and the immigrant digital. Thank you.
But I would like to ask about, how about cognitive aging relation to immigrant digital maybe?
Yeah, they who were born before 1985 is called the immigrant. While they who were born after or 1985 and after is called the native digital. So we can imagine that all our students are the digital native. But some of us are between those two. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I got it.
Yeah, okay, thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Dedi. Other question? Please raise your hand. No question? No question. Okay, yeah. Okay, maybe the last is from me. I have a question to Bu Rike. You said that a lot of cheating which cannot be avoided during online learning. And okay, and the goal of language mastery is not optimally achieved. So, how do we avoid our students from using or how do we okay? So, what should we do to say or what should we do? Okay, so this our students can okay stay or can be free from using text dictionary, and yeah, maybe that will be the last questions.
Okay, should I answer it? Can I answer it, people?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bu Fitri. First, I want to answer the questions from Pak Faisal. I'd like to seek illustration from Pak Faisal from being part of great university, that is Muhammad University. We know that you have prepared lots of platforms, lots of facilities, lots of online activities for the students, but the fact is that the student is not interested with your activities at all. Why does it happen? Because the facilities, all the learning materials beyond or outside of our classroom is much more interesting. So they can take it by themselves. So if they are not interested in something that we offer to them, so let them try to find their own sources, their own material that is interesting for them. But as a facilitator, we have to make sure that they are still on the right track. So for example, just like I give examples about present tense, how we teach the students about present tense is, for example, sometimes the students is not interesting to learn about cooking. For some boys, they're not interested to learn about gardening or cooking, but they like to learn about fixing the bicycle or fixing the motorcycle, modify it. That's what they like, and that's what they do in their spare time as their routine. So let them do it. Let them try to find their own resources that they really like about it. The most important thing is that we make sure that they are still on the right track to talk about the present tense. We know that during the digital era now, that who got more information, it will be the winner. And we cannot assume that we are the winner who get all of information. We are not able to hold all of the information because the information in the internet are overwhelming, are so much. So sometimes the students can have certain resources that we cannot get into it. And we also can get our own resources that the students maybe is not interested with the resources or material that we offer to them. So I think that's fine. The most important thing is that try to find something that they like. Something that is close with their centrical or egocentrical, it will be very interesting. And the second is sometimes we have problems with the poor internet connections. They don't have quota or they don't have credits for this. So it means that we cannot rely 100% on the online learning based on the quota or something like that. We can do asynchronous activities, or we can do very simple activities for the students to practice their English. For example, if the other students can do the vlogging, the other students can make the YouTube or TikTok because they have enough quota. But how about the students who don't get enough quota? They come from the poor family. They have very limited quota for this. They cannot access that. So for practicing the present tense is very easy. They can mop their floor. They can clean their house. They can wash the dishes. They can eat the chicken in their house, and they can take a picture of it, and they can report it. And when there's a time for them to report it, they still do not have pulsa or something like that. Let them post it to you. There are many kinds of ways for them to practice English. They cannot go out like the other friends. The other friends, they are going vlogging to go to the restaurants. They try to find very fast food, but for certain students they cannot afford it, so that's fine. They can practice this at home. Okay, today I want to practice sayur asam. And also tempeh. What I do is, this is tempeh and I slice it, this is the way we slice it, and then I put some salt, I put some turmeric, put some water in it, mix it, and this is the way we fry. So that's it. That's enough. So even though the students doesn't have enough facilities or enough electronic facilities that we use, they still can practice their English at home. So let's make the home as the basic sources and the basic materials for the students to learn about something. I think, and this is one reason why sometimes our student is not interesting or is not interested in our material. Because, let me give some illustration. The students have money 10,000. The students have, one student has money 10,000. But we just ask that student only to spend 2,000 for spending it for learning English. But for the rest of 8,000, they don't know what it is for. That's why 2,000 for learning English for them is not interesting. But they still have 8,000 that they don't know what it is for. So it means that because there are lots of media, lots of facilities that we can get from the internet, make the students very busy to dig that information from the internet, to make yourself busy to find it for the students. Let the students find it by themselves based on what they like, based on how far they can browse or search or surf in the internet. Let them free. But the most important thing, we try to make them still on the right track based on the topic or the concept that we want to teach. I think this is the solution that I can give. Thank you. Thank you, Bu Fitri, Pak Faisal.
Yeah, thank you. Before I close this session, I got one question from Ibu Puturanti. I want to ask about how we as teacher deliver English grammar without explaining it belongs to present tense and should. Thank you. And so on. Thank you. That's the last question, I guess. Will get first answer or the good response to that question.
Okay, actually explaining about the grammar pattern is the short part for the students. The most important thing is not about learning about the pattern, but we can use it. If by having the exercise, they can use it unintentionally. So for example, like talking about their daily activities. Okay, students, now for tomorrow, please write 5 sentences. You talk about your daily routines. What is daily routine, fam? Just the activities that you do from in the morning until in the afternoon. Like what, man? For example, like in the morning, I wake up. In the morning, I mop the floor. In the morning, I get breakfast. In the morning, I change my clothes. In the morning, I watch TV. In the morning, I play with my handphone. So that's what you can do. I don't explain with the grammar. I don't explain with the present as okay. Present can be subject plus but 1 plus S or ES. No. But they can directly use it. But it doesn't mean that we cannot use the pattern to be explained to the students. We still can use it. But it does not dominate the activities during the online learning. Why? Because many other facilities that we can use for students directly practicing it. How can we imagine if this is online learning and then I give exercise to my students. Okay, students, please do this one. There is an exercise, this one. Please change the verb in brackets. Tolong ya diganti kata-kata verbnya yang di dalam kurung ya. Tolong nomor 1, tolong dilihat itu Andika. She was the dish last night. Ayo jawabannya apa? Wait a minute, okay. Ini di bawah ini, she tried to click it and open it and find the answer. So it will be very easy. So what I mean in here is that we must get higher level for giving exercise to students in which students doesn't have time to cheat anymore, but they have to create something. And for explaining, yes, we can explain, but explaining about the grammar patterns does not dominate about our time in explaining about something. Why? The students will get bored about it because it's not their goal. The students' goal is not for remembering the pattern. The students' goal is they want to show up in the YouTube with the right English. The goal of the students, okay, when they want to talk with their friends in online game, they can speak in English. So that's their goal. So this is what we must give time for them to practice their English in the real life in this digital era. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, that's so much inspiring, very nice presentations from Bulika and Butitika. And from those two presentations, I conclude that technology sometimes gives positive effect, but yeah, it can give negative too. Using electronic dictionary can be dangerous to for the students. Yeah, and in this era, we as academicians, teacher, and also students, because there are students still here, should really should really learn the function or the benefit and the dangers as well from the technology. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for this beautiful and smart and great presenters, Butitik and Bulika. Let us give applause to them.
I also want to say hi to Ibu Titik.
Hi, Ibu. Nice to meet you here.
I'm very happy to meet you, Ibu.
Yeah, you finally meet here. Thank you, and thank you for everybody too for being here until this very late time from the morning. Thank you.
I hope we still have a longer time, but but I have to close this session right now. And okay, thank you so much. I say again, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for your great performance, for Bulika, Butiti. And I close this session, this last plenary session by saying hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mohon izin live Bapak Ibu. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you, Ibu. Dari mana itu ya Mbak Fitri ya barusan ya, yang persentase Ibu Bulika Raskova. Sehat Pak Dekan? Sehat Pak Dekan?
Alhamdulillah.
Saya ngikut dari pagi ini loh Pak Dekan.
Ini masih ada acara ya?
Mohon
Mohon diteruskan dulu.
Maybe.
Oke, siap.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, closing ceremony of the 10th International of Teaching English as Foreign Language, the 10th International COTEFL, conducted by Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, is about to start.
For the convenience, please take your seat, turn off your microphone, and keep your video on.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the closing ceremony has begun, we would like to invite the Dean of Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Mr. Ambar Pujiyatno, SS MHUN, to give closing speech and following by closing remarks. Mr. Ambar Pujiatno, SSM HUM, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. That we are about to finish this webinar, COTEFL the 10 on sustaining distance learning in the digital era. I am very happy, and it is a great honor for me, to give a few words at the end of this seminar. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the keynote speakers. Maybe he left. Dr. Ali, this morning, and then the speakers in the parallel rooms, from Prof. Bipacha, Prof. Yupo, Dr. Ica Fatija, Dr. Serias Nita, and Bu Titi Wahyuningsih, and the last one is Bu Like, the last one. They just share their knowledge, expertise, experience. That's very important for us. And their presentation is very interesting. We hope that we can get a lot of beneficials. Thank you very much for all of them. And I also thanks to the moderators who guided this webinars run smoothly, so that it can run very well. Ladies and gentlemen, I think one day is not enough time for us to discuss everything related to the topics, the themes. And I think we still need the next conference. So I hope in the next time we can meet again in our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure that now we just got the new knowledge, new insights, especially on online learning, and we can share them to our colleagues, to our friends. So they also will get the similar knowledge with us, and I hope that your articles from the presenters can be published and more people can read them. So the results of this conference is very beneficial and important for others. Finally, I would like to thank you to the committee who had organized this webinar or conference very well, so it can run very well. I really appreciate your hard works, your struggles until this webinar can finish, about to finish right now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we know that all the speakers present their topics very interestingly. So I hope that we are longing for this or such kind of this situation. So it's not wise for me to speak too long. And I want to close my remarks and officially announce the end of the webinar by saying, Hamdalah, Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you very much for your attention. See you next time. Yeah, in our next conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Ambar Pujiatno, SSM Hum, for the speech.
Dear all of audiences, as we are in the very last sessions of this event, as a master of ceremony, we would like to appreciate you to join our event, and don't forget to fulfill the attendance or the following form that's sent by the committee to have the certificate. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Section. Yeah, on behalf of the committee, dear student, we would like to give us appreciation for your hard work ya. Terima kasih sekali sudah bekerja dengan keras. Kita bekerja dalam tim yang super. Insya Allah kita melaksanakan event ini dengan sangat terencana dan alhamdulillah berakhir juga dengan manis. Semoga saja semua pihak merasa puas meskipun tentu saja ada kekurangan-kekurangan yang bisa kita pelajari bersama-sama. Saya atas nama panitia dan mungkin Bu Titik nanti juga akan menyampaikan, mengucapkan sekali lagi terima kasih dan mohon maaf kepada sesama panitia ya apabila kita atau saya pribadi membuat kesalahan tutur kata yang mungkin tidak disengaja. Seperti itu kita akhiri dengan alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Kita pulang ke rumah masing-masing dengan tetap jaga kesehatan. Terima kasih. Iya. Foto sessionnya juga boleh loh kalau mau ke depan mumpung masih ada backdropnya. Silahkan menempatkan diri di depan agar kita cepat selesai dan tetap kenakan masker ya. Tetap kenakan masker, tidak perlu dilepas karena kita tidak tahu kapan virus bisa bertransmisi. Silakan menata diri ke depan teman-teman panitia. nanti kita difotokan oleh petugas yang masih dengan setianya menjaga kita. Saya juga mengucapkan terima kasih sekali kepada tim BSI, Mas Ferdian dan tim, serta tim dari kantor pusat ini, Mas Doyo dan kawan-kawan. Semoga saja kita mendapatkan pahala dalam pekerjaan ini. Amin. Ya, silakan ke depan. Silakan ke depan di posisikan masing-masing, boleh. Ya, silakan ladies di sini. Ini gimana?